Good evening, everybody. Look, it's the White House Live in Washington, D.C. President Trump considering reportedly military action against Iran to protect the Iran protesters. The estimated death toll among Iran protesters has climbed into the thousands. So we are going to bring you some updates here about the Iran situation and take your comments and questions on the air. And give you the latest updates here about the ongoing situation in Iran. Internet blackout, as far as I'm aware, is still happening. AP had reported earlier today that some phone lines had started working and some people were able to talk to people inside Iran on the phone. So that's a little bit of a change. We'll talk about that as well. You can see this headline right here. Oops. Now you can't fully see it, but you'll be able to see it in a second. Iran eases some communications restrictions as activists say death toll surpasses 2,500. There's lots of different figures out there. I can't give you an exact number, but lots of different sources are saying it's in the thousands. Our viewer Sorabam claims they can only call from Iran. You can't call them back. I'll have to see what I can find out, what the latest is I can find out on that. Oops. But so let's get caught up here, talk about what we're hearing, and hang on a moment here. Is U.S. attacking tonight, says the JCP World? No one knows. Well, some people probably know, but it's unclear. We're going to talk about it. President Trump answered some questions a little while ago about the situation. So we're going to watch what he had to say. Hey, thank you to our moderators. We have Beth Mythical moderating. Ruth is moderating. Roberts May Queen. Leslie Ladyhawk. I got to be careful with the AP article. There's body bag pictures. I can't show the body bag pictures on the air. A bunch of those have come out. Thanks also for moderating. I think we're going to try to talk to Shangul, who is from Iran originally, and she has family there, and I believe she has talked to some people there. So we're going to try to talk to Shangul during the broadcast. Thank you, Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev on Twitch for moderating, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And hang on. Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body over there on Facebook. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks Koa Goose for subscribing and Sentient Cannabis for subscribing over there on Twitch. Give me one moment here. Let me just pull something up here. Oh, somebody said, what time is it? In 5:22 a.m. 5:22 a.m. Iran time. There's the White House again. Evelyn in Maine thinks Iran is now in one of the most severe information blackouts in modern history. That's what Evelyn thinks. No, I have not heard anything about airspace being closed there. There's all kinds of, people post rumors online. A lot of that turns out to be false. I haven't heard anything about airspace being closed. Anything new. Sam Patton says this will not go well for U.S. forces. Texas Fish says we'll find out at like 2 a.m. We'll have to see. I mean, I don't, it could happen at any time if something happens. So let's, what I first want to do tonight is talk about how the estimates for how many people have been killed have risen. Now, I want to show you there is a research group, Human Rights Activist News Agency, which is a non-governmental organization dedicated to the promotion of defense of human rights within Iran. They're located in the U.S., but I have seen them cited in news outlets. I have seen them cited. Also, from what I understand, I don't believe they're not known for just really quick, BBC has cited them in articles, Washington Post has cited them in articles, and I believe I've seen other things about them cited elsewhere. And if I remember right, I believe that one article said they were not known for, they were known for being on the conservative side with their estimates, which means they're not known for putting out, huge estimates way above everybody else's. So I wanted to show you what they had to say. There are other estimates that are higher. CNN quoted them as well. So it's a widely cited organization. They've been nice enough to let me show you their report. It's HRANA, Human Rights Activist News Agency. Now, what I'm going to do is I'll post the link in the chat. But I do appreciate them letting me share their report they do daily reports. So it's the HRANA. I'm going to post a link in the chat for people who want to get it for themselves. They have a certain procedure they go through to try to verify these figures. So they said the 17th day of Iran's nationwide protests unfolded amid the continuing severing of the country's communications with the outside world, limiting access to verifiable on-the-ground evidence as in previous days. Within this context, three main developments stood out. The continuation of the nationwide internet shutdown and the resulting restrictions on independent documentation, a noticeable surge in the cumulative figures for casualties and arrests based on our data, they said, and a more pronounced wave of international reactions and diplomatic actions. HRANA says, the disruption of communications on the 17th day continued to be described as one of the defining elements of the crisis. The prolonged internet blackout not only narrowed the channels for verification and for conveying an accurate picture of conditions inside the country, but also caused a significant portion of information to reach the outside world with delays in fragmented form and with limited ability to be verified. So, again, they have a process they go through to verify what's going on there. If they don't have enough information, they're not going to say it's confirmed to them. In this context, some internet monitoring organizations reported that the internet blackout had extended over several days, while certain European officials described the situation as one that could increase the possibility of repression under a news blackout. On the 17th day of the protests, some media outlets continued to report on the ongoing protests in Iran, while at the same time stressing the communication shutdown had made it extremely difficult to present a precise picture of developments on the ground. The Institute for the Study of War, in their daily update, which we read last night, they said that in the past day, they had evidence of way fewer protests than before, but they didn't think that that meant necessarily that there's fewer protests going on. What they said is the internet shut down. So they're just not, there's so much fewer videos coming out that, it's hard to say exactly what's going on and the exact number of protests and where they are. Okay, continuing with this update from HRANA at the international level, reactions on the 17th day were more explicit and more extensive. The UN Secretary General, referring to reports of violence and excessive use of force, called on Iranian authorities to exercise restraint and refrain from the unnecessary or disproportionate use of force. I'm not going to maybe skip over a little of this. Okay. The President of the United States emphasized the continuation of protests and spoke of help on the way. If you didn't see that, President Trump posted earlier today. I'm going to show you President Trump, some of what he said today. But President Trump earlier today posted this, about 11 hours ago. Iranian patriots keep protesting. Take over your institutions. Save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way. MIGA, make Iran great again. And it's interesting because just yesterday, the White House press secretary was saying that President Trump, his first preference would be to have a diplomacy, a negotiated settlement. President Trump and also the press secretary had said the day before that Iran, representatives of Iran had reached out wanting to negotiate. But then today President Trump says, I've canceled all meetings with Iranian officials. So he said help is on the way. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. Jack says killing civilians might have changed the circumstances. Well, there's been reports of civilians being killed for a number of days now. It's not like those reports just started coming out. Kids Manifesto says, be careful, y'all. Lots of misinformation out there. Ginger says they have been saying help is on the way for 3 days. Tonelli says, I am hearing thousands killed. I don't know what exact number to believe, but it is a lot. Surely enough to force the U.S. to act in the best interest of our allies and best friend nation. All right, let me get to their estimates there at HRANA. HRANA statistics as of the end of the day, okay? This is the Human Rights Activist News Agency, a widely cited U.S.-based non-governmental organization that reports on what's going on in Iran. According to our aggregated data, they say, through the end of the 17th day, that's today, A total of 614 protest gatherings have been recorded nationwide. These demonstrations took place in 187 cities and covered all 31 provinces of the country. Regarding arrests, the detention of over 18,000 individuals has been confirmed. Over 18,000 arrested. At the same time, 97 cases of forced confessions have been broadcast and 1,134 people with severe injuries have been reported. In terms of human losses, the deaths of 2,403 protesters have been confirmed. Now, when they confirm it, I don't know what their exact procedure is, but they need a certain degree of evidence from on the ground to say something is confirmed. So they're not saying they think that's all that's happened. They're saying this is what we can confirm right now with the evidence we have based on the communications blackout there. The deaths of 2,403 protesters have been confirmed, they said. Among those killed, 12 children, individuals under 18 years of age have been recorded. Additionally, 9 non-protesting civilians, neither military personnel nor protesters, are included among the dead. On the other side, 147 members of security forces and government supporters have been killed, including at least 5 civilian supporters of the government. In conclusion, they say, the 17th day of the protests was less a day of visible expansion on the streets and more a day marking the consolidation of a high-risk situation under conditions of communications blackout. At the same time, they say, our cumulative data indicates a significant surge in the figures for fatalities, arrests, and injuries. Internationally, condemnations and diplomatic actions intensified, and security advisories issued by some governments urging their nationals to leave Iran became more prominent. Within this context, the statement issued by the human rights activists in Iran further amplified concerns over use of lethal force and the consequences of the internet shutdown for monitoring and accountability. So they say based on their data, they can confirm at least 2,403 protesters dead. Now, there's different numbers flying around, but again, my understanding is that HRANA really emphasizes, not going past what they have evidence for. And they're saying their evidence, you've limited information right now. The internet hasn't been working for days. DG says a big question now is what happens to everybody who is arrested if they are even still alive? It's a fair question. I'm going to post a link again to this report, which you can see. I just posted the link. You can find it. HRANA. I really appreciate them letting me share their report. Lenny says there has to be a way to get them weapons. Snow says U.S. will be running Iran soon. Susan CHF thinks the draft is coming to deal with all the countries Trump wants to deal with. N3Honest thinks that usually these numbers are underestimated in a war, especially in a media blackout. Now, hey, by the way, a quick thank you to Live Animal. I have not heard that. Live Animal claims the Revolutionary Guard is threatening to execute 10,000 captured protesters. I have not heard that myself. I'm not saying it's not true. I haven't seen it myself. If I see it, I'll let you know. Thank you also Caliph Scuba, who says, I wish we could get an accurate number of the deaths, but we really have no way of knowing for sure. Thank you also to our members, News with Snacks, Amira MMHV, Robotic Fizzaroli, and DL Vids from Ireland, and also Big Dog Gaming on Twitch. I want to show you guys some of what President Trump had to say today. He did post this morning that help is on the way. That's what he said. It's about 5:30 a.m. I think it's 5:38 a.m. Tehran time. Why is this not working? Hold on a moment. Give me 1 sec. Why is that not working? Very strange. That makes no sense. Oh. Seems like all right, well, that's a problem. Seems like some of the X functionality is not working. The lists aren't working. Other people reporting that as well. My X is working. The lists are not working. All right. Well, anyways. Oh, and I guess there was some sort of X outage today, which I didn't even know about. All right, well, anyways, I have a list I look at in addition to looking at other stuff. But I'm not looking at it right now. All right, let's check out what President Trump had to say. He, when he was coming back from Detroit today, he talked to the press and took some questions. This was at Joint Base Andrews, okay? So let me get that up on the screen for you. Earlier tonight, I'm going to say tonight. Joint Base Andrews. Okay, there he is. Let's listen to what President Trump had to say. He talked about Iran. And I'm going to press play right now, and I'll adjust the volume as necessary.
Well, we had great numbers introduced today. We had a wonderful speech in front of great people in Detroit. Mostly in the car business, and we're setting records in manufacturing. It's going very well. I think people appreciated what I had to say in terms of the numbers. So we're very happy about that. I'm going back to the White House now. We're going to look at the whole situation that's going on in Iran. Really bad stuff. And Minnesota's going to have to take care of itself for a little while. We have tremendous theft and fraud going on in that state because you have an incompetent governor, grossly incompetent governor, and a corrupt governor. But we'll straighten that out. But Iran is on my mind when I see the kind of death that is happening over there, we think. So we're going to get some accurate numbers. I'll have it in about 20 minutes. We'll get some accurate numbers as to what's happening with regard to the killing. The killing looks like it's significant, but we don't know yet for certain. I'll know within 20 minutes. So, and we'll act accordingly.
How can you ensure that U.S. airstrikes, if it comes to that, will have the result of protecting the protesters?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know.
Do you think it's...
So far, my track record's been excellent, but you never know.
Do you think it's going to be something kinetic like that, or more like cyber? Or
well, I can't tell you that. I know exactly what it would be. We have to make a decision.
Sir,
but I can't be. Obviously, I can't be telling you.
Timeline? Yeah, timeline.
Sir, Jamie Dimon said today that it's not a great idea to be chipping away at the Fed's independence. Do you think Jamie Dimon's wrong about that?
Yeah, I think it's fine what I'm doing. We have a bad Fed person. He was extended by Biden. And yeah, I think he's wrong. I think it's wrong. He's done a bad job. We should have lower rates. Jamie Dimon probably wants higher rates. Maybe he makes more money that way.
Mr. President, Jamie Dimon also was talking about the 10% credit card. The House Speaker said that it could have negative side effects if it was imposed through Congress. Are you concerned about that? Have you talked to the House
No, I'm not. I think that people that are paying 28% interest should be protected. We're talking about for a one-year period, but when you have a bank, whether it's Jamie Dimon or anybody else, charging people 28, 32%, 30%, 31%, one case 35%, no, I'll help those people. That's all right. It's a one-year 10%. Let the people have a break.
Mr. President, you said that you're going to be cutting off funding for sanctuary cities on February 1st.
That's right.
What kind of funding?
You'll see. It'll be significant.
Mr. President, on healthcare, is there something that you can do with insurance companies to bring down premiums like you're doing with credit cards?
I'm going to meet with the insurance companies, but I want the money to go directly to the people. It's very simple. Into a healthcare savings account, but directly to the people so the people can buy their own health care.
On Thursday will be the 6-year anniversary of you signing the Phase 1 trade deal with China, the signature on it. Would that deal open Chinese markets to U.S. goods? It protected intellectual property. Can we get back to that?
Yeah, we can. We're doing very well with China. Have a great relationship with President Xi, as you obviously know. We're doing really well. We're making a lot of money with China.
But can you open their markets to U.S. goods?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think it's going to happen.
Iran says that it will retaliate in the instance of U.S. strikes against U.S. assets in the Middle East. What do you say to U.S. service members about why it's worth the risk to intervene in Iran?
Yeah, Iran said that the last time I blew them up with the nuclear capability, which they don't have any longer. So Iran said that the last time. They better behave.
Intel stock is really high after you invested. Are you going to invest more in Intel?
I like it. So, well, I don't know about Intel, but I'll invest more in other things.
What other companies?
As you know, Intel came to see me. They needed help. And I said, I'll help you, but I want 10% of your company to go to the United States of America. And we made, because of that deal, tens of billions of dollars. The stock went very up and very high, and we made tens of billions of dollars. They walked away and they gave us a lot of money, but they did a great deal for themselves because their stock has gone up. As soon as we went in, Apple went in, NVIDIA went in, a lot of smart people went in, they followed us. So yeah, we're doing that. We've done other of those deals. In Alaska, we did a deal where we got a big piece of a company where we were helping them to get a road. We're the only ones that could have done it. And we said, we want something out of the company for the United States of America, okay? So I believe in that. We have some other ones that we're looking at. I believe in that. If it's up to us, if they can't do it without us, and then I say, well, we'll do it. If you were a private guy, you'd say, what do we get for doing it? Now, I don't want anything for myself. I want our country to be rich as hell. But with Intel, we made billions and billions of dollars, right?
So, Mr. President, on Iran, do you have a message for the leaders currently of Iran?
Yeah, the message is they've got to show humanity. They've got a big problem, and I hope they're not going to be killing people. And I'm going to have a report very soon. It would seem to me that they have been badly misbehaving, but that is not confirmed.
So you mentioned the 1980 hostage rescue effort that ended in disaster.
Well, it was a disaster for Jimmy Carter. They had all sorts of problems, and the helicopters were crashing and everything. You know what it was? the exact opposite of Venezuela. Do you agree with that? Do you agree? As a reporter, who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with the Financial Times, sir.
Oh, good. What's a nice paper?
So are you committing not to sending U.S. troops into Iran?
Why would I tell you that? Why would
Mr. President,
I don't talk about military strategy with a reporter, you know?
Mr. President.
Even though I do like the Financial Times.
Are you consulting with our allies regarding Iran? What are they telling you, and why do you think the Iranian...
Well, I'm not going to tell you what they're telling me.
Why do you think the Iranian leadership continues to defy you, Mr. President?
You think they are?
Well,
it's only been a couple of days.
They continue to kill protesters.
Well, they said that about Venezuela, too, you know? It's only been a couple of days. They haven't defied me. They haven't done anything as far as we're concerned. But it looks like they're killing a lot of people, but it has not been confirmed. I'll know very soon.
Greenland, sir, the premier of Greenland said today, we prefer to stay with Denmark. Do you see that as the
Who
final
said
word?
that?
The premier of Greenland.
Well, that's their problem. That's their problem. I disagree with them. I don't know who he is. Don't know anything about him. But that's going to be a big problem for him.
Do you want to see democracy in Iran?
Ideally, you'd like to see it. But what we want to see is we don't want to see people killed. And we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time. You know, that used to be a hell of a country. I have friends that used to invest in Iran. And they did well with their investments. It was a great place. The people were great. Even the leadership was good. And now it's living in hell. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So that was President Trump today. You heard him saying that it looked like the people were getting killed in Iran, but it wasn't. They hadn't confirmed it, but he was going to get a report in like 20 minutes. And this was over an hour ago. And he was going to go back to the White House, and they were going to figure out what to do. That's basically what he said. So that, and again, that video was just a short while ago. And here is the White House right now. Hold on, there's the White House. That's live. So what do you guys think? Let me take some comments from you guys. LMPR says telling reporters about war plans is a huge mistake. He didn't really say much then about his plans. I believe before before he said no boots on the ground. I thought he said that before. Tonight he wouldn't talk about that, though, when he did that interview. Wiggy Agogo says, I am not convinced Trump will intervene militarily in Iran. Luna says, so it seems it's coming. I guess Luna means the military activity. Brentone Slick says, the fact that he hasn't confirmed there were mass shootings make me think there is, and they're making a plan now. Rocky Flying Squirrel says, we're most definitely going in. Depinga USA says, I think something big is going to happen soon. Justin King says, it's not like he's just going to give the details to his plans. Thanks to DBG2. DBG said the fact he is shoving topic of Minnesota away even when asked by reporters proved Pentagon is cooking. Was he asked by that, or did he bring up the topic? I thought maybe he brought up the topic briefly. But I'd have to go back and watch. Anyways, thank you so much, DBG2. Also, thanks to AJ Krause for the memberships. That's very nice of you, AJ Krause. Thank you. So again, President Trump did say that short while ago that they had not confirmed that the Iranian government had been killing people, but there was evidence that they had, and he was going to get a report soon, tonight, that was going to confirm what happened. And then they would decide what to do. Jody thinks Trump needs to go in. Now, there was some reporting about some meeting tonight. I wonder if I can show you that. Thanks, by the way, to Anghamarand on Twitch. Anghamarand. Let me... Barack Ravid with Axios reported that when President Trump came back from Detroit, we saw him coming back from Detroit in the video. After he got back, according to Barack Ravid of Axios, Trump joined the Iran meeting that was being chaired by Vice President Vance and that his top national security team was at. He was briefed on the situation in Iran. CBS News' Jennifer Jacobs was reporting that the big meeting today about Iran, the National Security Principles meeting, with VP Vance as chair, was scheduled for 4 p.m. And again, reportedly, Trump joined that meeting. But what is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? Maybe we'll do a quick poll here. So today it is Tuesday. Will their U.S. military strike Iran within 48 hours? That is my question. Sorry, Facebook, they have not fixed the polls yet. I will ask it to Twitch and YouTube. Will the U.S. military strike Iran within 48 hours? I'm going to show you what people said. I'm going to look at it right now. By the way, thanks to Chad Ryan. Chad says, what if the regime said they have USA hostages? I haven't heard of that, any kind of report about that, though, Chad. Thank you, Chad Ryan. Thanks also Dupper Bob, our member, Rifleman, our member. Thanks also Mr. Davis, who says something's going to happen. Thanks, Mr. Davis. Thanks also to Andrew Vaughn. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew says, if we go after Revolutionary Guard, SUP, LDR, and cyber to open internet, contrary to Economist, it will help. Oh, bet we go after IRGC, Supreme Leader, and cyber to open internet. And Andrew Vaughn thinks it will help. That's what Andrew Vaughn thinks will happen. Going after Supreme Leader, Revolutionary Guard, and cyber to open internet. All right, here's what people said in our poll. I'm pulling up the poll right now as we take you back over to the live shot of the White House. Okay, over there on YouTube. Oops, well, you'll see it in a second. 69% on YouTube thinks the U.S. military will strike Iran within 48 hours. How about Twitch? What are they saying over there? "57% say no. We have a disagreement between Twitch and YouTube, guys." Luke Case says unusual tanker surge over Pacific. Same happened before strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. So look, I've had people message me about stuff on Flight Radar. There's a number of accounts I follow that are really know their stuff with the Flight Radar stuff and what normally is flying around and whether stuff is flying around that is different, that means something. I have yet to see any of the accounts I follow say that they believe there's some sort of big movement of planes that they feel is significant. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just telling you the accounts I follow, I haven't seen any of them say that. Anyways, our viewer Luke Case wrote in. Thank you, Luke, for writing in. James B. says Iran is going to start executing protesters tomorrow. Do you mean like a couple of our viewers have claimed that Iran is going to execute people in custody who've been arrested? I have not heard that report myself. A couple of our viewers claim it. James B. says the people of Iran need Trump's promised help now. Michelle Lauzon thinks Iran is going to execute people that have been arrested. Okay, hold on a moment here. Thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. So in a moment, we're going to speak to Shangul, who lives in the Los Angeles area, but she actually grew up in Iran until she was 21. And she has, I believe, family over there, and I believe she spoke to some people there. Yeah, she spoke to at least one relative in Iran, because in the last day or so, I guess some of the Iranians, okay, so the Associated Press reported that today, people started to be allowed to make phone calls outside of Iran. People in Iran started to be able to call outside of Iran. For the first time in days, the AP says, Iran allowed people to make phone calls abroad via their mobile phones. However, it did not ease restriction on the internet or allow texting services to be restored. Although Iranians were able to call abroad, people outside the country could not call in to people in the country. Several people told Associated Press. AP reports text messaging is still down. Internet users inside Iran could not access anything abroad, although there were local connections to government-approved websites. Okay? So, I want to talk to. We're gonna talk to Shangul, because she was able to talk, I know, to at least one relative inside Iran, she said. What I need to do, if you give me 2 seconds here, how am I going to do this? What's the best way to do this? I think I'd like to put some text on the screen. See if I can do this here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to. I don't want to mess with everything. What I'm going to do is maybe I'll do this. Let's do it this way. Live on the phone, Shangul from Los Angeles. She was born in Iran, lived there until she was 21, still has family there. All right, let's see if I can make this work. If I do this, well, that obviously is not right. Okay. All right. So I'm going to get Shangul on the phone right now and hear what she had to say, and we'll hear what she says she is hearing from people in Iran. I need 2 seconds to do this. Oh, I know what I need to do. Give me 1 more second, then we'll do this. Okay, now I'm going to try calling her right now. Let's see if this works. I'm going to mute myself, I think. Make sure I can get her on the phone. All right. So we're going to talk to Shangul, who again is from Iran. She lived there till she was 21, and she has relatives there. Hey everyone, so I'm on the phone right now with Shangul, who, if you watched our coverage a couple days ago, we covered the incident in Los Angeles where a U-Haul truck drove through a rally which was in support of people who were supporting the protesters in Iran. So we talked to Shangul on. Shangul, am I pronouncing your name right, by the way?
Okay, so a good question. My actual name is Shiva, and my YouTube handle is just a cartoon character that I really liked. So you can call me Shiva.
S-H-E-B-A or V-A?
S-H-I-V-A.
Oh, S-H-I-V-A. Okay, that works. All right, so it's Shiva. So I'm going to change the caption to Shiva. And I said Shiva from Los Angeles. I don't know how accurate that is, if you're living in the LA area or what. So if there's a more accurate way of putting it, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just say Shiva from Los Angeles.
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay. People in the chat, can you guys hear Shiva when she's talking? Can people in the chat tell me if they can hear Shiva? Just type it in the chat if you can hear her. Hang on a second here. Yeah, people are saying they can hear you fine. Okay, good. Great. All right. So Shiva, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe when we talked to you last, you had mentioned to me that you were born in Iran, you grew up in Iran, you left when you were 21, and you still have family in Iran. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my understanding is, so I was just telling people about the reporting that said that in the past day, reportedly, people in Iran have been able to use their cell phones to call outside of Iran. And you, I believe, talked to a relative, one or more people inside Iran. So I would love to be able to hear more about and have you share with our viewers what have you been able to find out about what's going on there in the past day because of this cell phone restriction lessening that reportedly happened.
Sure. Yes. First of all, thank you for having me on again, and hello to all the viewers or listeners. So I talked to, okay, so I'm going to start from the beginning. My cousin called me last night, which was unexpected. He called me on WhatsApp, but because of internet shutdowns, I was asking him how he has access to internet.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just to clarify, your cousin is in Iran and he called you?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So suddenly last night you get a call from your cousin in Iran.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was so surprised, and I asked him how he has access to internet, and he told me that through his work, he has Starlink, so he can, for a limited time, he can get connected to the internet. So what he did, because my mom was also wanting to let me know that she is fine, everybody's fine at home. She wanted just to let me know. So she asked my cousin to call me to let me know. So what he did, he had me on one phone and he had my mom on another phone, and he put the phones together so we could talk for maybe 2-3 minutes.
Wow.
Just to make sure that everybody is back home is fine. And thankfully, my family is okay, but unfortunately, from what I'm hearing, many people are not. But again, this morning, my mom again called, and that's because the phone lines were opening for a brief moment in the morning. It was around maybe 7 a.m. LA time that I got a call from my mom. She was calling me directly, and it was direct phone lines. It wasn't through internet. And apparently they allowed the phone lines to work for a limited amount of time. So the quality of the call was terrible, but at least I could make out what she was saying. But she was really afraid that the phones were being monitored or the calls were being monitored. So she was really careful with what she was saying. And when I asked her what's happening, but she was saying that the situation in Iran isn't really good from what she's hearing. My cousin had a colleague, and unfortunately, he was on a way to give his wife a lift. He wasn't a protester. He was just going after work, going to pick up his wife, and they were killed by the security forces. And
wow, that's
so
terrible.
These are the first. Yes, these are the first-hand accounts that I've been hearing. And again, the phone calls cannot be initiated from outside the Iran for the limited time that the lines were open. And the calls cannot be made from outside. They should be initiated from inside of Iran, and that was just for a limited time. And what she told me is that they cannot even text each other, and they can only call if they want to talk to somebody. And I've been also hearing reports that people who the airlines are not working really well, the flights are getting canceled and left and right, and people have no way of knowing. They go to the airport and they realize that their flight was canceled because of the situation going on. So the information and the internet blackout has impacted many people dramatically, like their way of life.
Okay, so and just so to clarify, you're saying that the phones for a time people in Iran could call out because your mother was able at one point to dial you directly. But your understanding is that that's not the case anymore? Like that stopped being the case?
Yes.
Okay.
So not all of my friends, for example, when this happened, not all of my friends were able to talk to their families because either they found out really late that they could make phone calls to the outside of Iran, or they didn't have access right after. It was a very brief period of time that they could make phone calls to outside of Iran.
Interesting. Do you have a rough estimate of what that window was? Are we talking about, say, an hour or something that people had if they realized it to call outside?
I'm not sure. She just. I think they kept dialing me every day, and today, because the first thing that she was saying when I picked up the phone, she said, "Oh, it worked! It worked!"
Wow.
So I think they've been trying to reach out, and they had no way of doing that. So they kept trying, and this time it worked. But I don't know how long that window is because she had to make the phone call directly. And the phone calls after 3 minutes, they're going to be dropped. So they cannot be long phone calls. So
really?
they are, yes, there are limitations on them. So I thought that this is just a fluke, but I saw another video of someone else on Twitter, I believe, or on X now, that a person from inside Iran was calling someone outside, and the phone line dropped after a few minutes. So I believe that's the case for everybody.
Okay. Now, I don't want you to get anybody in trouble. I understand if people might have mentioned something to you and you don't feel comfortable saying it, and I also understand that people might have not felt comfortable talking openly to you. Like you said, your mom was concerned that the call would be listened in on, so she wanted to be careful about what she said. Whoever you talk to, so I know you talk to at least your mom and your cousin and maybe other people. You don't have to tell me everybody you talk to. Again, I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
Sure.
But from your speaking to people, whoever you did speak to in Iran, which is at least 2 people, can you give us any, and I know these were short calls, I know our viewers and people out there just are really interested in just getting some information about what's going on there. Is there any other information you got about what's going on there?
Yes. From what I'm hearing, there are martial laws in effect in Iran. So in different cities, I've been hearing different accounts. So they are saying some cities are from 6 p.m., some cities from 9 p.m., that martial laws are in effect and people cannot be outside or they will be shot at directly. But despite that, I also have been seeing a lot of videos coming out of people still being in the streets protesting. Another thing is that the only way of people inside Iran getting any information is through the international news or entertainment channels that they get through satellite receivers. But the security forces are now raiding homes and collecting their satellite receivers.
Wow.
So they only have access to the state TV.
Now, can I ask you, so this information I don't know, is this stuff you heard on your phone calls, or is this other things you've heard from maybe other sources you have or who are connected there? Or is it like a mix of those things? Just to clarify where the information is being reported from.
So I have 2 friends that they have relatives or friends. My friends, one of them, she lives in the United States and the other one is in Canada that I've been in touch with. And they have relatives in big cities in Iran, in Isfahan and Shiraz. And they were, one of my friends was saying that she was also really, the way that her mom was talking, she was very afraid, like her sister wanted to tell her something and her mom just cut her off because they are scared that they are being monitored. And what else? My other friends also told me that she talked to someone in Isfahan and she was saying that martial laws are in effect. And my mom told me that they are coming and raiding homes and collecting their satellite receivers. And not only that, they are also trying to place people that have Starlink receivers for personal uses. And they are raiding their homes and collecting their Starlink satellites as well.
So it's interesting, and again, I'm not there, so I can't confirm any of this, obviously, but I have seen other reports today, and these are unconfirmed reports. I saw one report, and I can't remember where I saw it, claiming that that the regime was trying to find people Starlink receivers and take them away. And I did see another report somewhere claiming that there may be martial law in some areas, however that's defined. So again, I cannot confirm these reports, but it's interesting, also concerning to hear the reports that you're saying.
Yes,
And
these
you're
are
understanding.
direct accounts.
You're saying these are what friends of yours have heard from people in Iran, and
Yes.
just to be clear, you said that they said something like that the people in Iran told them that in certain cities, like, people are not allowed to be outside.
Yes, one of my friends that talked to her relative in Isfahan, she was telling her that there are martial laws in effect and they cannot go outside after 6 p.m.
Okay. So really appreciate you passing all this information and what you're hearing about what's going on there. One of our viewers had asked about businesses. So, like, how are people going about their? Maybe you can't answer this, but how do people go about their lives? There's no internet. They can't text. I've read a lot of businesses are shut down. How are they getting food and doing their normal life stuff? Are they able to? I mean, I don't even know what life must be like there. And it's been a number of days. I think it's been almost a week or so of this internet blackout. Do you have any sense of that?
Yes, so like many, everybody, we have the state TV that gives us the state information or the propaganda, but also we have state or national internet that some applications that are offered by the states work. For example, they have made something similar to WhatsApp that people can communicate with. But I know that through the internet blackouts that we had in the beginning, even the state applications, they were not working because they didn't want people communicating in any ways. And from what I heard from my mom, she was saying that if they need to talk to somebody, they just have to make the phone call. And in some places, it's been really harder because there's no signal in some places. But they have been trying to figure out what to do, and there is no way of, dealing or communicating with people aside from phone calls.
One of the viewers mentioned healthcare. Do you know, can like people go get healthcare? I don't even know what's open there. You might not know either, but these are good questions, and I don't know if you can shed any light on this from what you're hearing.
For healthcare, I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to give you misinformation. But what I know from the reports that I've been seeing on legitimate news agencies, for example, one of them that your viewers or you can also follow is Iran International English, that has direct sources from Iran, and they are verified accounts that they report on. And that's a good source of information for those things. But what I know is that the healthcare system is very overwhelmed with the amount of people injured. And the death toll is also rising. There are now confirmed reports of having 12,000 plus people killed by the security forces of Islamic Republic. And also something that I really want to let you and your audience know, that it's so heartbreaking in the phone calls that I had with people in Iran, and also some of my friends had with people in Iran, and also what I'm seeing on social media. Everybody's asking, is President Trump, when is President Trump is going to help us? They are so hopeful that there is some foreign intervention. I don't know if you've seen the photos and videos of people coming out with signs that says Trump help, or they are just calling on President Trump or any other foreign nations that can actually come and help, because this is now becoming a genocide against Iranian people with their own through their own government, and people are just desperate. And it's so maybe it's hard to imagine for people who haven't lived through that, to imagine that nobody in their right mind would ask for foreign intervention. But just imagine what atrocities you have to live through to be that desperate to ask for foreign intervention.
Okay, yes. So, I was going to actually ask you about that, and thank you for bringing that up. Real quick, I just want to mention to our viewers. So, in the first part of this stream, we talked about the news about the reporting about the death toll, and I had mentioned that there's different death tolls out there, but a lot of the different ones are all saying it's in the thousands now. I think CBS News had reported something like 12,000, like you said, Shiva, and HRANA, which I think tends to be more conservative, but they're now over 2,400, and they say that there's a lot more. So there's a lot of outlets saying that the death toll is in the thousands now. But in terms of so President Trump said today, he posted, I think about 12 hours ago, help is on its way. I know you've talked to some people in Iran, people have talked to people in Iran. Also, I know you're kind of networked in with the diaspora community, people who used to live in Iran and are now, some of them over here and in the United States. I was going to ask, what is the attitude of people towards this U.S. intervention? Is it like hopeful, or is it like impatient? Because could we be getting to a point where it's like, is there a deadline where it has to happen by? Is there a point where it becomes too late? And what do people think is going to happen? I'd be interested to know what I know you don't know everybody in Iran, but what the general, what's the perspective you have on what Iranian people think about this possible intervention, what it might look like, what it might accomplish, the timing of it? How do people feel about that?
Yes, thanks for the question. So the sooner the better. People are very hopeful in Iran. They are not giving up just because they were able to see President Trump's message on TV, on their international satellites. And they are seeing that President Trump is willing to help. They are very hopeful that he will, but also we don't want no negotiation from any Iranian that I had a chance to talk to. They are saying that negotiation with Islamic Republic is just it's gonna just make things worse, not only for Iranians, but also people around the world. Like I said before, Islamic Republic is biggest funder of terrorist groups all around the world. And I know that the question comes up that what's it to do with United States? We don't have any stakes in it, or it doesn't hurt us. It's in the Middle East. But from the terrorist groups that Islamic Republic has been funding for so many years, there has been many costs to the United States. You can just check the reports that the official reports that the United States put out in the U.S. Department of State to see some stats of that. So as long as Islamic Republic is in power, there's going to be ongoing costs to United States, whether it is monetarily or whether it is through the lives perished fighting against these terror groups. So it is not only just for freedom of Iranians inside Iran, but also the cost that it has to the U.S. nationals or any other countries. They are also funding or sending military weapons to Russia to kill Ukrainian people. So if any of these groups matter to you, if Palestinians matter to you, because Islamic Republic is funding Hamas. Hamas is something very similar to Islamic Republic that are raining terror on their own people, on Palestinians. Hamas and Palestinians are not the same. And so Hamas is also kind of raining terror on them. If you care about Israelis that Islamic Republic knows as a very important enemy, a prominent enemy that they want to get rid of. And other nations that I've mentioned, they are also funding a lot of terrorist groups. So this is not only about Iran and Iranians, it's about any country in the world that is affected by the terrorist groups that they are funding.
Okay, so what do people hope? Do people have a specific thing they hope that the U.S. will do? Do people hope that the U.S. military will kill the supreme leader or capture the supreme leader of Iran? Do people hope that the U.S. will launch attacks on the Revolutionary Guard? Do people hope that the U.S. will help get the internet back online? Are there specifics that people are hoping that will happen that President Trump can do?
Yes. So what people are, regular people are not strategists, and
Okay.
I cannot.
Fair enough.
Yes, and I cannot speak for 93 million people, but what I can tell you from what I've been hearing from people like myself, regular citizens that are that have lived through that or continuing to live through that, they are saying that they just hope that they either capture or kill the supreme leader and IRGC forces, the Sepah forces, that are so that people in Iran are more empowered to actually go through that transition and have a transition and get armed and maybe kind of make that revolution a success.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the answer. Is it possible for me, because I know some of the viewers had questions, could I pass along a couple questions from the viewers? I'm seeing. All right. So, viewers, if you have any questions for Shiva, again, she's nice enough to call in. Shiva grew up in Iran. She lived there till she was 21. She still has family there. She's in the Los Angeles area now. As we were saying earlier, Shiva, and as Shiva told us earlier, she said that phone service. Briefly today, there was a window where people in Iran could dial out and call out of Iran, which they haven't been able to do for a while. And she got a call from her mother. She also was able to talk to her cousin in Iran today, and she's passed along some of that info. But so we're just talking to her. Also, she's involved with the diaspora, with the community of Iranians who are in Los Angeles area and following and supporting the protests. So I want to just see if people had questions. I know. Oh, so Dean R., one of our viewers, said, Shiva, what can we do to help? So if somebody is, say, in the U.S. and they support the protest movement, is there anything they can do to help?
Thanks for that question. And yes, there's definitely something that you can do. And is calling on your senators or directly to the president and saying that we want intervention. And if you don't want boots on the ground, because also I do understand that why should American risk their lives for another country? If they don't want that, they can just do a quick capture and detain like they did to Maduro. But also, I want to mention, overwhelmingly, people in Iran want U.S. to intervene and topple the regime. Also, people outside of Iran in diaspora have been very loud about what they want. They are assembling in front of U.S. embassies, consulates, and they are directly calling on President Trump, asking for his help. I don't know if you've seen any of those videos. I've seen them in multiple countries. Thousands of people in Toronto, they were doing the same thing. Thousands in Berlin and other cities that are keep showing up on my feed, that people in front of U.S. embassies or consulates are asking directly for help of President Trump. And what you can do is talk to your senators, reach out to them on X or email them and ask them to talk to President Trump and also support him in his decision. Because I think right now he's kind of ambivalent because he doesn't want to intervene in foreign affairs because of his America First agenda. But because of all those reasons, all those terrorist groups that have been also costing Americans, it's actually really beneficial for the U.S. citizens to just get rid of Islamic Republic once and for all. And I think that's the best course of actions. Sorry if my answer was too long.
Oh, no, I appreciate the answer, and I think I understand. It was a clear answer and a guide for people who might want to help, so thank you for that. Another viewer said, our viewer Loe Kameyase said, do you support the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Now, I know you spoke about this a couple days ago, but a lot of people probably didn't see you a couple days ago. So do you support him? And then I will add, what is your sense of how many Iranian people in Iran support him?
Okay, so before
I'm sorry, Shiva, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let me just give background. For people who don't know, Reza Pahlavi is the son of the Shah of Iran. The Shah of Iran was the last leader in Iran before the Iranian Revolution in 1979. His son, I believe, lives in Washington, D.C., but he is in exile outside the country. And he has become a prominent opposition voice. And a number of the protesters have been heard chanting his name. So I just want to give some background on who that is. Now, given that, so let me ask again, Shiva, do you support Reza Pahlavi? And what is your sense of the amount of support for him among the people in Iran?
Sure. Let me give you a context before I give you my response. So before these things happening, even until 2022 protests that were happening, widespread protests in Iran, I wasn't so much of a monarchist. I didn't care for it. I wanted a democracy. But there are many opposition groups outside Iran who are against Islamic Republic. But because they are not unified enough, we never get the result that we want. This time is different. We have learned from our mistakes. We want one voice, one leader. It doesn't matter if we are pro-monarchy or against it. Our main goal right now is to topple the regime. We want Islamic Republic out of Iran. And then we are going to have a transitional government, and all 93 million people of Iran, they can decide their own fate. If they want a constitutional monarchy, they can have it. If they want a republic, they can have it. But that's for after we are going to decide what's going to happen.
Okay.
As for me, I'm good with anything other than Islamic Republic.
Okay, that's a very interesting answer. So what you're saying is, and just to be clear for people who don't know, the government under the Shah was a monarchy. So you had a monarch, a ruler, and then the monarch's descendant would be the next ruler. I guess the son or whoever else it is, but somebody in the family would go from family member to family member. And what you're saying is, well, there's disagreement. There might be there's disagreement in Iran. Not everybody agrees on what this current regime would be replaced with. And I believe, if I have it right, that Reza Pahlavi has said that he wants to be a transition figure, that he doesn't want to take over as the new monarch. He wants to be a transitional figure to get the regime, get the country past the regime to where the country wants to go. But what you're saying is, look, there's been disagreement in the past about what would replace the current regime, and you're saying that has gotten in the way of the opposition movement because it keeps the opposition movement divided. So what you're saying is your attitude, and you think a bunch of people's attitude now is, let's agree that for now, let's back Reza Pahlavi as the person to get us over the hump, to get us past the regime. And then once that's taken care of, then we can talk amongst ourselves and decide where we want to go as a country. But we don't have to settle that exactly right now. The big thing you're saying for right now is to just, let's be unified now, correct?
Exactly, and I just want to add something else onto that overwhelmingly, I have never seen anything like this before in my life, whether when I was in Iran and participating in the protests, And now that I'm even outside of Iran, seeing what's happening, seeing the footage of people, overwhelmingly in all of the protests in all cities in Iran, they are calling on his name. They are saying, "Long live the king, Javid Shah," or they say, "This is our last battle. This is the final battle. Pahlavi will rise again." So I just translated it for you. So these are the overwhelming majority of the protesters that are calling for him to return to Iran, actually. And in the protests that in the rallies that I participated in just a few days ago, that was a unified voice. All of the people were actually calling on him to come back to Iran. They were doing the same chant. This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. So everybody now is unified in their voice, and we just want to get over that hump, and then we will decide through a democratic process what's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. One of our viewers asked, how are people there organizing the protests now without the internet and I guess without texting? So there are reports of protests still going on. It's very hard to tell exactly how many are going on from what I understand because of the internet blackout and the lack of information. But there are still some protests definitely going on. Do you know how people are doing that without the internet and without text messaging?
Yes, they are using the satellite receivers to watch international channels, Persian channels that are outside, and they are broadcasting Reza Pahlavi's communications to them.
Okay.
And that's how they are getting the signals. But even without that, I remember that they were just going to the street at night. In the evenings, they were in the street and they were just gathering together, and then it snowballs from there. But up until now, I know that they were using their satellite TV to get the messages. And I think that's why the Islamic Republic security forces now raiding homes and collecting their satellite receivers so that they cannot have any communication and kind of break apart all the dissent that is happening right now.
Okay, thank you. KTHX, our viewer, wanted to know about the condition of food in the economy. You talked a little bit about this, but I guess something I'd be a little bit more interested in is, so look, the reporting says that the huge motivator that started for the start of these protests 17 days ago was the economic state. And I've read articles saying that it's really gotten a lot worse in recent years and in the last year. Do you have any insight onto what it's like there economically for people? I mean, I've read articles that say things like, even people who were middle or upper middle class are now struggling over there in a way they weren't before. I don't know, I'm not there. So as someone who has family there and knows people there, can you lend any insight on what the economic conditions are like generally, and also maybe in the last week, since the protests started, they've probably changed some, but how about just generally as well?
Yes. So over the past few years, the economic situation has been going downturn, and it is speeding up. It is getting worse and worse day by day. Like I remember before the internet shutdowns, because I was in constant communication with my mom, and once I was talking to her, and she was telling me that, oh my God, within 3 days, every day that they went to the grocery store to, for example, buy milk or oil, there was a 20% increase in price of milk or oil, cooking oil, I mean. So these little things, if there is one instance, that's okay, but it was happening day after day. And then they were interviewing with government officials that, why are you keep increasing the price? People are not being able to afford their daily bread. And their response was, we elongated it for 2 weeks. Would you have preferred to just suddenly increase the prices for 60% or have it increase within 2 weeks? So that is the official's response. The economic situation of middle class people getting really worse and worse. There's scarcity. They had, especially during the summer, they have electricity shutdowns for many hours during the day or multiple times during the day. That kind of, it's very debilitating. You cannot function without water, as you can imagine. Now we have water scarcity because they don't know how to manage natural resources, and they are depleting all of our resources. The economy is really bad. The relationships with all the other countries is bad. And who is suffering? Iranian people. And that's why they are fed up. So that was the start of the protest in the beginning, was that. But this is something that has been happening for the past 47 years, that people don't want this regime, and they kept going to the streets to try and topple the regime. And this is the protest happening right now. What I want to try to say is that it is not just because of the economy. It is a factor, but the main source of frustration for people is the Islamic Republic.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful perspective. I appreciate that. And one of our viewers, Oz Meow, asked, how about other neighbor states? Do people in Iran want neighboring states to help? Do they even expect that to happen? Is that discussed, or is it more like looking to the U.S. to come in and help?
No, I think they have all of their hopes on President Trump. I'm not sure, they might, but I haven't heard from anybody. Everybody is, like I said, Iranians inside and outside the country are calling on President Trump for it. They want a U.S. intervention, basically.
Okay. And, I want to ask this. Once in a while, I hear people saying, give the people arms. I don't. Does that even make sense? Obviously the regime is very well armed and has armed forces that have a history of putting down protests and repressing people and launching violence against protesters. Is that something that could happen there, or is that just sort of a crazy thought? It's probably a very concerning thought for someone like you who has relatives there, but do you see a world in which you could have, protesters, some sort of fighting between armed protesters and the regime, or is the situation that the regime just has such weaponry and forces that doesn't even make sense to talk about that kind of thing?
I do think it does make sense to talk about it, actually. I think the first thing is that we need to weaken the IRGC forces with airstrikes. So if they can target a few of those main offices and kind of weaken them, people can get armed actually and do the final step to topple the regime. So I think that, yes, arming people can actually be really helpful, because the death toll is rising and people are defenseless, and this hasn't stopped them. Although, and the remarkable videos that I've been seeing, even in the morgues, that people, they are going there to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones, and they are standing tall and strong, and they are chanting death to Khamenei, and this is our final battle, Pahlavi will return, which is something that I've never seen before, even in the previous protests. So, the thing is that the security forces are present, and they are doing that in front of them. So this is a sign of rebellion. They are not scared anymore. They just need more support so that they can actually overthrow this cruel regime.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I really appreciate you sharing this information and sharing your perspective as someone who lived there and has family there and other contacts there. It's very, very helpful to hear that perspective, and just answering all these questions. So I was going to ask, before we, wrap it up, and I don't want to keep you too long, but before we wrap up, is there anything else? Well, one question I had for you is, it's okay if I want to give you a chance. If you have a social media where you want to mention to the viewers, you can mention it. But if you don't want to, that's fine. But I didn't ask you that before. With any guest, I would ask them that. So if there's a certain account that you have where they can find you, but if you don't want that, if there isn't one, just say there isn't. That's fine. But I want to give you that opportunity.
For sure. Thanks for that. Yes, my Twitter account is, you have that. If you could put that in the chat for people.
I'm going to put it right now. Let me just double check and make sure. Hold on. Remind me the spelling here. SHAN GOOL.
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking it up right now. Shangul. Okay. So I'm going to show people on the air right now. This is Shangul's X account. If people ever want to reach out to her, S at Shangulans. I'll post a link to it as well in the chat, but I'm just showing people on the screen. That is her X account. So that was the one we were showing a couple days ago when she sent the videos from the U-Haul incident in Los Angeles. By the way, I saw that footage a lot of places. I believe. It was really helpful of you to just for people to see what was going on, to post that footage. So I appreciate that as well. Let me post. Hold on one second. I'm posting your X account in the chat so people can the link to that. Okay. Yes, and Shiva is in the Los Angeles area, and I just wanted to give you a chance before you go. Is there anything else you want to add? And I'd love to be able, by the way, in the future, if things develop, it'd be great to be able to do another call if you're available. If you're not, I understand, but that'd be awesome if we can do that. So feel free to let me know if you're. I'll check in with you about that. But I can't thank you enough for sharing this perspective. And also I know how it's probably very hard for you to talk about it. We were talking about this last time, but I can't imagine for people who are from Iran, have family there, have friends there. You mentioned this. People aren't getting information, and you're hearing these reports of the death toll rising. There's lots of videos coming out now on all kinds of news outlets of body bags. I believe the government themselves is even saying that thousands of people have been killed, and to not know what's going on with your loved ones and how they're doing and your friends. I can't imagine. It must be horrible. And it must have been great for you to hear from your mom and your cousin today. So that's great. But I appreciate in those circumstances you talking to us, because I know it must be really difficult. So I appreciate that. Is there anything else you want to mention and just share with the viewers?
Yes. So first of all, thank you everybody who are listening and supporting and asking questions and being interested in what's happening there. It is really important. But if you haven't seen already, I really encourage you to go see the videos of bodies that are piling up on top of each other. This is a genocide happening in Iran on Iranian by their own government. This is a humanitarian crisis, and we do need your support. And we do appreciate your support and you being interested and sharing and bringing awareness. I was talking to somebody today actually, one of the acquaintances that I know, and I said that, oh, you know what's happening in Iran? I finally was able to get a call from my mom, and she was like, no, what's happening in Iran? So it's really important to bring awareness to what's going on. And there are videos on X that you can see people in the morgues, the bodies piling on top of each other. I've never seen anything like this. And I know that it's more than that. In the coming days, they are starting public executions by hanging just to, this is a scare tactic that they've been using for the past 47 years. So the hangings are unfortunately starting from tomorrow. So
can you say, I'm sorry to interrupt, can you say something more about that? Because a number of our viewers have asked about this. I hadn't really heard about this. And so what do you know about this, what you're talking about right now? What are you hearing about this?
So I know that one of the, I know there are many, but what they do, and that has been the MO of Islamic Republic when the protests are happening, they start executing people, and sometimes it's in total darkness, like nobody knows about them, and right after they're gonna call their families and say that come retrieve your loved ones' bodies. That's what has been happening. But some of them we get names sometimes. And for example, the one that is scheduled to be executed tomorrow, it's a 26-year-old male. His name is Erfan Soltani. And I've been hearing about him on social media a lot. So yes, they are starting executing people. Some of them are public and some of them are in total darkness. Nobody knows about them. Which is a really unfortunate situation. That for your basic rights, you go to the streets, and the answer is death by hanging, because they call it corruption on earth. Because if you dissent this government, they think it's a dissent of God. So you cannot go against the supreme leader because they know him as representative of God, and that's why they hang people, because you cannot go against God.
Thank you for the answer. That's obviously a very scary thought. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to ask about that. And is there and I didn't mean to. So anything else you want to mention? I know you were saying thanks for people for being interested. By the way, if you can read you can go on this. I know you know about the channel, but if you probably haven't had a chance, but a lot of people have been posting not just questions but comments, and a lot of people have been posting support for you. So if you feel like it after the broadcast, go back and look at the chat on the different platforms, and you'll be able to see all their messages to you. But is there anything else you want to just before you go, before I let you go, mention to our viewers?
No, I just want to thank you for giving Iranians a voice and asking questions. It's really important to know, and I appreciate you and your audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shiva. Really appreciate it. Thanks for your perspective, and my best to you and everybody you know in Iran, and also in the diaspora community.
Thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, that was really nice of her to call in and give her perspective. Again, if you want to reach out to her, she is Shangul on X, at Shangulins. I will post a link to that in the chat, but that is the social media she said, when I asked about her social media, that is the one she highlighted there. So I will post a link to that. But, you know, it's so hard to know exactly what's going on there. And, you know, I can't confirm various reports. I can't confirm her reports, but certainly, you know, she has talked to people. She has relatives there, and you know, certainly I will say that that what she says matches many other reports about what's going on there. But it's also interesting hearing her say that the phone thing, she said the phones opened up briefly today. They haven't been open all day. There was a brief window where people could call out from Iran. But she said that stopped. So I'm glad she got to talk to her mother and her cousin as well. So yeah, you know, as things develop there, we'll try to check in with her again. And also, you know, one of the viewers posted they had some news from Iran. If you're somebody with more, I don't normally just take people calling in during the broadcast unplanned. But if you have information or you want to share something, write to me. You can write to me on X, which is at Lookner on X, at Lookner. Also, if you don't have X, that's the best place to do it. If you don't have X, you can always send an email to agendafreetv@gmail.com. But best to write to me. Right? If you put it in the chat, I won't have time to read it, and there's all these messages flying by. So if you have information you want to share or updates, that's the best way to share it. Yeah, so, you know, but she said that Iranian people really are hopeful, and they want President Trump to do something. And big question is, what is President Trump going to do? Oh, I can take down by the way, the ticker there. And I appreciate your, sorry I couldn't get to more questions, but I appreciate people asking questions and being able to pass those along to you. Okay, so let's get, sorry, I wanted to thank our moderators. Yeah, Robert Nelson saying it was interesting to hear that she was hearing that, that the regime is trying to find people satellite TV dishes and take them. Thank you, Ruth, for moderating, by the way, over there on YouTube, and Beth Mythical, Robert's May Queen. Thank you so much. And on Twitch, David Green, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dever moderating over there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Also on Facebook, I know we've had Margaret Riley moderating over there. And I also wanted to thank a couple people. Thanks so much to eBiker for subscribing on Twitch, My Crystal Clear Life for subscribing on Twitch, Ryan Ignore the End for subscribing, Atomic Farting for subscribing, and thank you to, hang on a moment here, Red Squirrel. How can you follow Shangul if you missed it, or Shiva? It's at Shangulins. Right here. At Shangulins on X. That is her X account. Right there. Thanks also CJ Lars for your support, and Flash Crash. Flash Crash said, I've seen so many lovely people from Iran lately. I really hope you get your freedom, Flash Crash said to her. Would be great for the people in the world as well. Thank you, Barry Seinfeld. Thank you, Red Squirrel. Thanks, McLean33. I think we got to your question, McLean33, about the Shah. Well, we talked about the son of the Shah. We did talk about that. And also, yeah, Cyber Beast Pilot, thanks for your support and for the question. I think we talked about some of that as well. Old Boy Pona, thank you. Seville in Toronto. Please message me, Seville. Thank you, Seville in Toronto. Seville said their parents just returned from Iran. Yeah, and look, obviously, I mean, and I'll say this, obviously, like, I don't personally know Shangul. Like, pretty much, once in a while we've done interviews with other people who've called it, kind of rare, but it worked out. So I don't know her personally. So can I 100% verify everything she says? No. But, you know, I know she was at the rally. At the U-Haul rally, she was definitely there. She took some of the only videos of it. She probably posted the most informative videos of anybody of that U-Haul incident. So she's certainly in that community. And yeah, the things she is saying that she is hearing match a lot of what I've heard elsewhere. So, you know, just to be very technical about it and full disclosure, yeah, I can't 100% verify everything. I have no reason to think she's making it up. And I don't think anything she's saying is so unexpected to raise my concerns. I would certainly tell you that if true. But that's the same as I would say, look, we've had, you know, I know this has been a while now, but in the past, we've covered a tornado and somebody will call in who actually is in the area of the tornado. Can I 100% confirm that they're not lying? No. But at a certain point, you have to do your best to kind of figure out, you know, who seems like they're really who they say they are. And I have no reason to think she is making anything up. Okay, hang on a moment here. Let's see here. Sorry, I was thanking a couple people. Thanks, Sevenfold, our member. I appreciate it. Thanks to Capitalist 88. Thanks, Capitalist 88. I appreciate that. Also, Campa Palau, our member. Thank you. and Crime Trial Addict, our member, Carly Fish, Ray, and did I catch up? Thank you, The Polish Drunk. Also, Gary Baines, thanks for the memberships. Greg Pondell, thanks for the memberships. Thanks, Shayar from Turkey. Shayar says, I'm Iranian. War crimes are happening right now in Iran. Contact your country officials. Force them to put Revolutionary Guard in terrorist list. Support Prince Reza Pahlavi. That's what Shayar says. Thanks, Shayar, for writing. And thanks, This Is Howie DeWitt for the memberships. Rifleman for the memberships. And, okay, let's get some updates here. Hey, is X down now? X was working for me before. Oh no, X is working again now. X seems to be having some issues today. Having issue with the lists. I was trying to see if there's any reporting tonight about possible U.S. military action. We showed you before, President Trump said that he said he was going to be meeting with his team tonight and talking about Iran and figuring out what to do. Thank you, PH Survivor. I know people have sent me comments too. I got to check some more comments people have been sending me. Let me just check a couple things here. Oh. Hang on. Give me a moment. Oh, I did have, President Trump did an interview on CBS News, and I have the transcript of that. So I showed you what he told reporters as he came back today from Detroit. But I also wanted to mention what he said to CBS News. I believe this ran today. CBS News interview today. So let me just go over what he said. So CBS News asked him, they said, you said on True Social today, help is on the way. What did you mean by that? Here's what President Trump said. He said, well, there's a lot of help on the way and in different forms, including economic help from our standpoint, and we're not going to help Iran very much. And we put Iran out of business with their nuclear capacity, and now, depending on what's actually happening, nobody's been able to give us accurate numbers about how many people they've killed. Remember, President Trump also said several hours ago that he was going to get an update shortly tonight about how many people have been killed. President Trump said to CBS News, it looks like it could be a pretty substantial number, and that's going to be a lot of problems for them, he said. CBS News said, just to paraphrase what CBS News said, they said, Tony, I'm not going to pronounce it. Is it Dokupil? But I'll say CBS News said, you did say the U.S. would get involved if Iran started killing protesters. They have, by the many thousands according to reports, and President Trump responded, well, we'll see what that is. I've heard two numbers, but we'll see what that is. CBS News said, well, now we're hearing they're going to start hanging protesters tomorrow. So it comes back to the question, have they crossed your red line or has the line moved? Trump responded, I haven't heard about the hanging. If they hang them, you're going to see some things that I don't know where you come from and what your thought process is, but you'll perhaps be very happy. CBS News, what do you mean by that? Trump, we will take very strong action. If they do such a thing, we will take very strong action. CBS News, and this strong action you're talking about, what's their end game? What's the end game? President Trump, the end game is to win. I like winning, and we're winning. CBS News, how do you define that in Iran? Trump, Well, let's define it in Venezuela. Let's define it with al-Baghdadi. He was wiped out. Let's define it with Soleimani. And let's define it in Iran, where wiped out the Iran nuclear threat in a period of about 15 minutes once the B-2s got there. And that was complete obliteration, as it turns out, which is what I said initially. Then some questioned it, and they said, Trump was right, so we've been right about everything, Trump said today. We don't want to see what's happening in Iran happen. And if they want to have protests, that's one thing. When they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, well, we'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good. So that's what President Trump said about Iran to CBS News today in his interview. Kathy says, I saw that interview on the CBS Evening News. Yeah, I had a transcript of it here, which is why I was able to tell you what he said. It's DeCopel. Tony DeCopel, I believe, is the one who did the interview. CJ says, our viewer, it's 7 a.m. in Iran. The U.S. fights at night. Iran time right now is 7:07 a.m. Here, by the way, is a live shot of the White House. Gemini Rose thinks the U.S. military is already on their way there. Ellie Garn, our viewer, says, Trump seems to be full of hot air. I wish he would send in troops. Aria says, but they're already killing them, hanging or not. Hey, thanks, Moose's Backyard, for the question. I just saw this. I did ask this question in part. Moose's Backyard says, please ask Shiva about the effect of repression on the protests. Are they losing momentum because people are afraid? Are most people still defiant despite all brutality? Is time quickly running out? I did ask her kind of a version of that question. She said she thought that people were still committed. She said people, even when they show up to pick up bodies at the morgues, are chanting against the regime. She thinks people are still committed. Yeah, I can't show videos of bodies or anything like that. There's a bunch of videos and photos floating around. I can't, I'm not allowed to show that on the air. Our viewer Angel Mendez wrote in and said, I was going to ask her if would she mind if Israel did it for them instead of U.S., since she was so insistent on putting our troops and using America first as the reason. We've been through that same messaging from Bibi, and would she mind another anti-Israel government if that was the outcome of this? So, if I'm getting your concerns right, it sounds like Angel is concerned with the U.S. military getting involved in this. I saw some other people in the chat who had concerns about that. Also, a concern that even if the current government collapsed or the supreme leader was no longer the supreme leader, what would replace it? Could it be replaced by something else that's also not? That's Angel said anti-Israel, but you could imagine anti-Western. So look, I mean, there's this question of what follows whatever you do, which is obviously a very important question. So we talked about that on past broadcasts. If the U.S. was going to try to go after the supreme leader, for example, like they did Maduro, how much is that going to change things? you know, I don't know. Chubby Chernobyl says, why is it our business? I'm just a bystander says the people must overthrow. Ravencorp thinks, I feel like U.S. getting involved would mostly be drone strikes or something like that. I can't imagine boots on the ground for this, but maybe. Graveyard says, do you think the Iran regime will attack the U.S. military bases in Gulf Cooperation Council countries? President Trump didn't seem overly concerned with the prospect of Iranian retaliation. He was asked about that today. And if I remember right, he said something like, it wasn't that big in the past. I can find it here. Let me just show you. I'm not going to replay the whole thing. It was short. But I'm going to show you, he answered a few questions about, for those who haven't seen it, President Trump answered a few questions tonight about Iran when he got back from Detroit. So what I'm going to do is just show you his answers to those questions. At the start, he answered a couple, and then answered a couple later. So I'll skip through to I'll skip the non-Iran ones.
We're mostly in the car business, and we're setting records in manufacturing. It's going very well. I think people appreciated what I had to say in terms of the numbers. So we're very happy about that. I'm going back to the White House now. We're going to look at the whole situation that's going on in Iran. Really bad stuff. Minnesota is going to have to take care of itself for a little while. We have tremendous theft and fraud going on in that state because you have an incompetent governor, grossly incompetent governor, and a corrupt governor. But we'll straighten that out. But Iran is on my mind when I see the kind of death that is happening over there, we think. So we're going to get some accurate numbers. I'll have it in about 20 minutes. We'll get some accurate numbers as to what's happening with regard to the killing. The killing looks like it's significant, but we don't know yet for certain. I'll know within 20 minutes. So, and we'll act accordingly.
How can you ensure that U.S. airstrikes, if it comes to that, will have the result of protecting the protesters?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know.
Do you think it's...
So far, my track record's been excellent, but you never know.
Do you think it's going to be something kinetic like that, or more like cyber? Or
well, I can't tell you that. I know exactly what it would be. We have to make a decision.
Sir,
but I can't be. Obviously, I can't be telling you.
Timeline? Yeah, timeline.
Sir, Jamie Dimon said today that it's not a great idea to be chipping away at the Fed's independence. Do you think Jamie Dimon's wrong?
All right, now let me just skip ahead to where he answers more Iran questions. We don't need to hear the whole thing again. Here he is talking more about Iran right here.
So yeah, I think it's going to happen.
Mr. President, Iran says that it will retaliate in the instance of U.S. strikes against U.S. assets in the Middle East. What do you say to U.S. service members about why it's worth the risk to intervene in Iran?
Yeah, Iran said that the last time I blew him up with the nuclear capability, which they don't have any longer. So Iran said that the last time. They better behave.
The Intel stock is really high after you invested. Are you going?
Okay, then he talked about it more. Hold on. Here's more of President Trump on Iran today.
We made billions and billions of dollars, right?
So, Mr. President, on Iran, do you have a message for the leaders currently of Iran?
Yeah, the message is they've got to show humanity. They've got a big problem, and I hope they're not going to be killing people. And I'm going to have a report very soon. It would seem to me that they have been badly misbehaving, but that is not confirmed.
Sir, you mentioned the 1980 hostage rescue effort that ended in disaster.
Well, it was a disaster for Jimmy Carter. They had all sorts of problems, and the helicopters were crashing and everything. You know what it was? The exact opposite of Venezuela. Do you agree with that? Do you agree? As a reporter, who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with the Financial Times, sir.
Oh, good. Well, that's a nice paper.
So are you committing not to sending U.S. troops into Iran?
Why would I tell you that? Why would I?
Mr. President,
I don't talk about military strategy with a reporter, you know?
Mr. President,
even though I do like the Financial Times.
Are you consulting with our allies regarding Iran? What are they telling you, and why do you think the Iranian...
Well, I'm not going to tell you what they're telling me.
Why do you think the Iranian leadership continues to defy you, Mr. President?
You think they are?
Well,
it's only been a couple of days.
They continue to kill protesters.
Well, they said that about Venezuela, too, you know? It's only been a couple of days. They haven't defied me. They haven't done anything as far as we're concerned. But it looks like they're killing a lot of people, but it has not been confirmed. I'll know very soon.
The premier of Greenland said today, we prefer to stay with Denmark. Do you see that as the
Who said that?
The premier of Greenland.
I think that might be it for the Iran stuff from this appearance. Let me see. Oh no, there's another question about Iran here. Hold on.
About him, but that's going to be a big problem for him.
Do you want to see democracy in Iran?
Ideally, you'd like to see it, but what we want to see is we don't want to see people killed, and we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time. You know, that used to be a hell of a country. I have friends that used to invest in Iran, and they did well with their investments. It was a great place. The people were great. Even the leadership was good. And now it's living in hell. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So that was President Trump after he got back from Detroit today, talking about Iran. What does he do? We don't know. All right, hang on a moment here. Hey, a couple quick thank yous. Thanks so much to This is Howie DeWitt. Thank you so much. This is Howie DeWitt. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, FlesherNet gave 5 people memberships. That's really nice of you. Thanks for the memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. I really appreciate that. Hey, thanks to C. Serwin, who says, Iraq can go into Iran and take over? The new Iraqi dinar will revalue to stabilize those Iran once and for all? C. Serwin thinks people from Iraq could get involved. You know, C. Serwin, I asked Shiva when she called in, who's from Iran originally. We talked to her a short while ago. She has relatives there. And she was saying that the people in Iran don't expect really anything and are not asking for anything from neighboring countries. She said that the thing people want there is for U.S. help. She said that repeatedly. Thank you so much, C. Serwin. Hey, thanks to Seville in Toronto. I will read your message. Thank you, Seville. Also, J.S. Morley, who says, need to act now. Thanks for being a member. Also, FlesherNet. FlesherNet has concerns of putting American lives in danger, only to have it revert back as soon as we leave. The people of Iran need to lead the charge and have to maintain it for lasting change. Thank you, Fleshernet. All Things Space says no more endless wars. You know, I said this last night, I'll say it again. The question is there something that President Trump could do, militarily or otherwise, that would successfully defeat the regime and lead to its overthrow, yet is something that he would be willing to do and politically he would have the support to do? So, as an unrealistic example, he could send over tons of U.S. troops to conduct an invasion. He's not going to do that. No one thinks he's going to do that. But that would be something where that, in theory, would have a much greater chance of regime change working than firing 10 missiles and hitting military targets, and that's it. As I've said before, if the regime thinks that their very survival is threatened by these protests, they're not going to stop attacking the protesters because somebody fired 10 missiles at them. So the question is there some sort of option that can make the regime collapse and ensure that the protesters win out and there's a successful change of the situation in Iran, something that's he can actually realistically do? I don't know the answer to that. Gemini Rose says, shock and awe. Well, but if Iran, again, you fire a bunch of missiles at them, as I've said before, the regime, if you fire a bunch of missiles, if they think that their survival is at stake, I can't imagine that after firing a bunch of missiles at them, they're going to be like, okay, we give up. Here, protesters, here's the keys to the government officers. Do with us what you will. Many people in the regime make their livelihood. They make money from being connected to the regime. And they also, probably a lot of them, fear that if there was some sort of revolution in there, their own safety would be at stake. So that's going to be a last resort, I would think, for the regime to give up power. Distant Galaxy says it's a different calculation than the nuclear site attacks. You know, that was a specific site that was attacked, kind of a one and done thing. Parallel University thinks you need to go after the people giving the orders. That's the only way. I wonder if the Institute for the Study of War did an update yet from today. Last night they posted their daily Iran update around this time. They haven't posted it yet. Let's see. We'll give it a few minutes and see if they post it. I'd be interested in seeing that. If you missed it before, just to mention this again, there's a number of different estimates that have come out today of the death toll there in Iran of the protesters. And many of these estimates say thousands. There's different ones. One often cited group with estimates is the Human Rights Activist News Agency, which is a U.S.-based organization which reports on what's going on in Iran. And their current estimate today rose to over 18,000 detained and over 2,400 killed. And they also say repeatedly that their ability to confirm the deaths is limited because of the internet blackout and the limited amount of information they have coming out of Iran to confirm these things. So I would certainly guess that their estimate will rise. But their estimate today that of what they can confirm based on the information they have is over 2,400 protesters dead. Some estimates are significantly higher. You can go see them at, I'll post the link to this daily report in the chat. Give me a moment here. Connor McGoat thinks that estimate is low. Oh, I may have another video to show you too. Hold on. This is interesting. This is an article from Reuters. Why Iran's clerical establishment still holds as protests rage. Fred, our viewer, thinks the number could be over 10,000. A number of our viewers think it could be over 10,000 dead. I don't know. CBS News had reported an estimate of around 12,000 dead. Give me 1 second here. Oh, I should mention that the new post from we didn't even talk about it yet, from Reza Pahlavi. We haven't talked about his post tonight. He's been making daily posts and calling for protests. Again, the son of the former Shah of Iran, who is outside of Iran now. So his statement today is this. My compatriots, the world has not just seen and heard your voice and courage. It is now responding. By now, you've probably heard the message from the President of the United States. Help is on the way, which President Trump posted on Truth Social earlier today. Continue the fight as you have done so far. Do not allow this regime to create the illusion that life is normal. After all the massacres, there is a sea of blood between us and this regime. Save the names of all these criminals. They will be prosecuted for what they have done. But I also have a special message for members of the army. You are the national military of Iran, not the military of the Islamic Republic. You have a duty to protect the lives of your compatriots. You do not have much time, he claims. Join them as soon as possible. Miss Caduto says, what help? Where is it? They need it today, not tomorrow. Patrick Porzuzek says, will this be another Iraq war? There is no sign right now that President Trump is talking about moving a sizable amount of troops into Iran. We haven't heard that suggested at all at this point. Yeah, I wanted to mention this. Why Iran's clerical establishment still holds as protests rage. So, two government sources in the Middle East and two analysts told Reuters, Unless the street unrest and foreign pressure can prompt defections at the top, the establishment, though weakened, will likely hold. As I've mentioned before, I've heard a lot of analysis say that there has not been major defections yet, significant defections, and that is what you would need to see, something you need to see for the regime to fall. Iran's layered security architecture, anchored by the Revolutionary Guards and Basij paramilitary force, which numbered together close to 1 million people, makes external coercion without internal rupture exceedingly difficult, said Vali Nasser, an Iranian-American academic and expert on regional conflicts and U.S. foreign policy. He said, for this sort of thing to succeed, you have to have crowds in the streets for a much longer period of time, and you have to have a breakup of the state. Some segments of the state, and particularly the security forces, have to defect, he said. The supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has survived several past waves of unrest. This is the 5th major uprising since 2009, which is evidence of resilience and cohesion even as the government confronts a deep unresolved internal crisis, said Paul Salem of the Middle East Institute. For that to change, protesters would have to generate enough momentum to overcome the state's entrenched advantages. Powerful institutions, a sizable constituency loyal to the clerical rule, and the geographic and demographic scale of a country of 90 million people, said Alan Ear, a former U.S. diplomat and Iran expert. However, survival of the regime does not equal stability of the regime, analysts said. The Islamic Republic is facing one of its gravest challenges since 1979. Sanctions have strangled the economy with no clear path to recovery. Strategically, it's under pressure from Israel and the U.S. Its nuclear program degraded. Its regional axis of resistance proxy armed groups weakened by crippling losses to its allies in Lebanon, Syria, and Gaza. Nasser said, while he didn't think the Islamic Republic had reached the moment of fail, it was now in a situation of great difficulty going forward. Interesting. The expert Salem that the Reuters talked to said Trump's interest in he thinks this was, what was his name? This expert they talked to, his name is Paul Salem of the Middle East Institute, said he thinks Trump's interest in the protests is likely tactical rather than ideological. The aim could be pliability, weakening the state enough to extract concessions, such as curbs on Tehran's nuclear program, he said. You know, one thing people have wondered is, would Trump be okay if the regime just said, we'll make some concessions, like we agree to not work on our nuclear program for anymore or something like that? I don't know, you know. Would that be okay with Trump? I don't know. The idea of a Venezuela model has growing appeal in some circles in Washington and Jerusalem, a diplomat and 3 of the analysts said. It envisions the removal of Iran's top authority while signaling to the remaining state apparatus, stay in place provided they cooperate, they said. Applied to Iran, however, this model collides with formidable obstacles: a security state entrenched for decades, deep institutional cohesion, and a much larger and ethnically complex country. 2 regional officials and 2 of the analysts told Reuters foreign military action could fracture Iran along ethnic and sectarian lines, particularly in Kurdish and Sunni Baluch regions with histories of resistance. For now, constraints remain. U.S. military assets are stretched elsewhere, though the diplomat said that deployments could shift quickly. David Makovsky at the Washington Institute, a think tank, said if Trump acts, He expects a swift, high-impact action rather than a prolonged campaign, consistent with the president's preference in recent conflicts for a single decisive action rather than deploying ground troops. He looks for this one gesture that might be a game changer, but what is it? Said Makovsky. Options range from maritime pressure on Iranian oil shipments to targeted military or cyber strikes, all carrying serious risks. Some measures, all the sources said, could stop short of force, such as restoring the internet access via Starlink to help protesters communicate. And the last sentence in this article, which maybe you can see right here, is the analyst Makovsky at the Washington Institute said, Trump sometimes uses threats to delay decisions, sometimes to deter adversaries, and sometimes to signal he is actually preparing to intervene. We just don't know which yet. We just don't know yet which applies here. Interesting analysis from some experts in that article from Reuters. BMX Kane thinks obviously he's waiting on military info intelligence. There's got to be lots of meetings going on in the background. You know, by the way, Michael Clayton said, thanks, Michael, for subscribing. He said the caption was freezing up on Facebook. I do not have control over the Facebook captions. I'm sorry. So I'm sorry if it's freezing up, but that's out of my hands. But hang on a moment here. I was going to get up on the screen the shot of the White House. You know, it's interesting, though. One of our viewers said, well, he's got to, wait for information and there's planning to be done. Another issue here, though, is you would think there's there's an urgency time-wise to this. That's another issue here. If President Trump is going to do something militarily, that's like a big thing. You'd think you need some kind of big thing if it's going to really threaten the regime. In theory, that might be something that takes a lot of planning. But not to mention moving resources to the area. There's no aircraft carrier in the Gulf, Persian Gulf right now. But I would guess that the White House thinks they don't have time to take weeks to do whatever. So that's this issue there as well. Potential issue there as well. Eddie C. thinks they likely don't want to over-escalate. Patrick says, seeing news, get out orders issued for Americans in Iran. Yeah, so I mentioned that last night. What I said is there was a travel warning in early December that told Americans to leave. So what's happening is once in a while you see these travel warnings saying Americans should leave Iran, and some people will report it like it's a brand new thing. But I literally last night showed you the State Department website where it said that in early December they were telling people to leave Iran. So I'm not aware of some new American order that's radically different than before. The State Department posted something about this today. But again, I'd be careful with this stuff because it's not necessarily new advice. Repeating advice is not necessarily new advice. Now, you can see this here. It says, Travel Gov, Iran, U.S. citizens should leave Iran now. And you might think, oh my gosh, that means that the military attack is about to happen. But at the same time, there was already a pre-existing warning for people to leave. Now, maybe this one's different in nature. I don't know. Yeah, so look at this. Travel.state.gov. Travel advisory level 4 issued December 5th. Do not travel to Iran, right? U.S. citizens in Iran should leave immediately. That is from December 5th. Now, there's a new update. Again, there's an updated one today, which says Americans should leave Iran now. It says protests across Iran continue to escalate and may turn violent, resulting in arrests and injuries, increased security measures, road closures, public transportation disruptions, and internet blockages are ongoing. The government of Iran has restricted access to mobile, landline, and national internet networks. Airlines continue to limit or cancel flights to and from Iran, with several suspending service. U.S. citizens should leave Iran now. I mean, it doesn't say. And the reasons it's giving for leaving Iran are because, well, the protests are happening now and the conditions are deteriorating. Doesn't in and of itself say that it's saying that because military strikes are going to happen. Anyway, so I would just be careful. I'm seeing a lot of those of this reporting acting like there's been some new warning for people to leave, which is clearly this sign that military attack is imminent. And I don't think you can conclude that from the warning. Ponicus says, I'm not really sure the Islamic Republic will topple at all. By the way, quick thanks to our subscribers over on Facebook, like Michael Clayton and Sharon Klassen Goslin, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Chuck Mosca, Robert Rial II, all of our subscribers over there. I really appreciate you supporting the channel. Kristen McConnell Gates, Helen Anderson, thanks for subscribing. Christy Claft. Also our Twitch subscribers, like Winnie Mochi. Winnie thinks Israel can easily topple the Iranian regime. That's what Winnie thinks. Thank you, Winnie Mochi. Thanks, Sketty Sandwich. Thanks, Wall Street. I don't hear any talk about Israel taking, major action in Iran. I understand why people might think it's possible. I mean, Israel attacked Iran. There was 12 days of attacks, I think it was, back in the summer. I could see that being something that President Trump doesn't want. Winnie Mochi thinks Israel's being quiet on purpose. Another thing is that there's, Israel, there's risks. If Israel takes action in Iran, that also that does run the risk for them of involving them in a further conflict. Pay Dude says you don't hear about it, probably because they're trying to keep it a secret. That's what Pay Dude says. Thanks to Manchester is Red Forever for subscribing on Twitch. All of our subscribers over there. Wall Street, Shaggy, Tuck, F, I'll say, DeGeorge, they're 85. Thank you to Alessio Rebusini. I'll have to check out the video later. Alessio Rebusini. Or send me a podcast link. Thank you. Our viewer Sepand Gudasie said, I received 3 calls from people inside of Iran today. Thank you, Sepand, for writing in. We mentioned that we interviewed Shiva, who got a call from her mom and also her cousin inside Iran today. She said for a brief period, this was reported also, she said for a brief period, people in Iran were able to call outside the country. CPAN sent me a report from Al Jazeera that Iran's UN ambassador has accused President Trump of encouraging political destabilization in his country in a letter to the UN Security Council. CPAN, I hope your contacts there are doing okay. Oh, the list came back. Hang on a second. Let me just... Again, I can't show them. There's a lot of pictures coming out. AP has a bunch of pictures today of body bags. I can't show them on the air, but there's a lot of them now. In videos. Hold on, I'm just checking for updates here. Give me a moment. I was waiting for the Institute for the Study of War report today, but I haven't seen it yet. I don't think it's come out yet. No, they haven't come out with their new update today. If they do, we'll take a look at it. Oh, I have some more footage for you that I want to show you. It's from this article here. Trump urges Iranians to keep protesting, saying help is on its way. That's from Reuters. In response to Trump's social media post that help is on its way, Iran's UN ambassador Amir Saeed Iravani said the U.S. president was inciting violence, threatening the country's sovereignty and security, and seeking to destabilize the government. The U.S. and the Israeli regime bear direct and undeniable legal responsibility for the resulting loss of innocent civilian lives, particularly among the youth, said Iran's UN ambassador. Russia today condemned subversive external interference in Iran's internal politics, saying any repeat of last year's U.S. strikes in Iran will have disastrous consequences for the Middle East and international security. One of the viewers asked about the claimed execution that's going to be happening tomorrow. According to the Norway-based Iran Human Rights Society, hangings are common in Iranian prisons. Hengah, an Iranian Kurdish rights group, has reported that a 26-year-old man, Irfan Soltani, arrested in connection with protests in the city of Karaj, will be executed on Wednesday. Authorities had told the family the death sentence was final, Hengah reported, citing a source close to the family. I can't confirm this. Reuters could not independently confirm the report, and state media has not reported any death sentences so far. So will Iran start, executing people, I guess, who they've arrested? Holistic Resilience, a U.S. organization that works to expand information access in repressive or closed societies, said today that billionaire Elon Musk's Starlink satellite internet service was now available for free in Iran. Now, I assume you need a receiver to use it, that you can't just open up your phone and use it. Something else interesting here in this article. Iran's authorities have taken a dual approach, cracking down while also calling protests over economic problems legitimate. Although, more in recent days, they've been really pushing the protesters are terrorists line and rioters line. So far, there are no signs of fracture in the security elite that could bring down the clerical system in power since a 1979 Islamic revolution. I'm going to show you a video in a second that goes along with this article with some video in it, some clips. DX Adder said some cell phones can use satellite connections. I don't know that any that the phones in Iran can just get on to Starlink on satellite. I mean, I would assume their carriers don't allow it, but I don't know for sure. Thank you, by the way, to Mosh Miri, and thank you, Mosh Miri, for your support, and Mr. Caffeine, our member, Eddie C., our member, Joshua, Texas, our member, Publicly Clear, who says America needs America's help first. Thanks, Publicly Clear. Also, Crimson Dingo, and Desi on Twitch, and The Traveler on Twitch. Our viewer Alan Gagnon says, I do believe Trump's words were, make America great again. Let me ask you a question. Are we great? We are picking fights with everybody. This is going to start a war. That's what our viewer said. Hassel DeHoff says, Dear Iran, your help will arrive in March. Dave Gurian says, we won't attack Iran as a whole. Too many people there. We want a government change. All right, let me show you this video that I just saw. Hold on. That I just spotted. I have some protest video here and damage video. This is a video from Reuters from the article we were just reading. Let's watch this for a second. Okay, here it is. Here it is right here.
نه فقط مغازه ها حتی نیروهای امدادی شهر هم از حمله آشوبگران در امان.
I guess it's not in English. Okay, I'll have to read the captions. This footage from Iranian state media is said to show the aftermath of the countrywide protests.
نه فقط مغازه ها حتی نیروهای امدادی شهر هم از حمله آشوبگران در امان.
It aired in Iran on January 9th and 10th.
شبیه به خیابان‌های قزوین، در خیابان‌های رشت هم ماشین‌ها سوختند و اموال
Reuters only received the video today because of the internet blackout in Iran.
بر اساس مشاهدات میدانی در شهرهای مختلف شب گذشته اموال عمومی در برخی از شهرها بیشتر از بقیه بوده. شبیه به ایران که از امامزاده سبز قبا در دسفول را هم به آتش کشید. جنایتی که
سبز قبا
مرکز آموزشی، پرورشی و فرهنگی هم از این تخریب، حتی بانک خصوصی.
تروریستی برخی تجمعات در روز پنجشنبه و اقدامات مسلحانه آنها و حضور گسترده مردم در محکومیت این اقدامات این گونه بر اساس اخبار به دست آمده این گروه‌های مسلح و تروریست
Now, our viewer, Seville in Toronto, said, don't believe the Islamic Republic's propaganda on TV. So, look, I mean, it's pretty clear that there's been a lot of protesting going on there. Those kind of videos match a number of other videos I've seen. You might wonder, why are they showing that on TV? Well, again, I would think that we know that the state media there has been portraying protesters, a lot of them, as rioters and terrorists. So I would assume that the government view of this is saying, like, look at all this terrible stuff the protesters are doing. So they would have a reason to show this video if they spun it that way. The protesters might show it and spin it a different way. But my assumption is that's the kind of angle they're going with. I've read you other posts from state media where they speak about the protesters in that way. I should check and see if they've posted anything tonight. So another thing they've been doing, the state media of Iran has been claiming that the protests are tied in with terrorists, and they name certain separatist groups. So I just saw this from this afternoon. This is a post from Fars state media, state-affiliated media Fars, Revolutionary Guard affiliated media. Let me show you what they posted. Here. I have it right here. So the headline is PJAK, Komali, and Trump call for chaos in Iran. Again, this is from Fars State Media. In recent days, the separatist groups PJAK, PAK, and Komali have once again launched a project to destabilize Iran by issuing new calls. These movements, which demonstrate their complete alignment with the royalists, I guess the people who support Reza Pahlavi, come after the failure of the agitators' previous project. Trump, in a clear message, urged the rioters to continue their actions and promised to send more aid. This issue shows the clear link, says state media, between separatist groups, the MKO, and the Pahlavi movement, which operate under the direct guidance of the Mossad, which is Israeli intelligence, I believe. The enemy's next plan is to rearm terrorist groups on the borders to create insecurity and ultimately drag the country into civil war. The recent crimes of these groups, which have led to the martyrdom of security defenders and damage to public property, demonstrate their hatred for the Islamic nation. I have seen this, I've shown you guys this repeatedly in state media. They say that foreign and terrorist groups are supporting and responsible for the protests. And you can see, they say that the recent crimes of these groups, which have led to the killing of security defenders and damage to public property. So they keep blaming it on terrorists and outsiders. It's like the attitude is like, these are not real Iranians involved in these protests. That's real. I mean, I've read you several passages over the time we've been covering it that all say that kind of stuff. So again, this is from today. So that's what we've seen, a pretty consistent line there, and well, at least the Fars media posts. Hang on a moment. See if there's anything else from them. Where was I? Where was I looking at that here? Oh, I saw this as well. Here's another item posted today by the, is this the son of the Supreme Leader? Oh, no. This is the grandson of Ayatollah Khomeini, the first Supreme Leader, the original Supreme Leader after the Iranian Revolution. So his grandson made a statement today. According to state media, Fars media, they said he's an Iranian cleric, Syed Hassan Khomeini. He said, this is from state media, "I say with complete certainty that if God forbid there is no Islamic Republic, you will no longer have security, freedom, or prosperity." Again, Khomeini's grandson, who's an Islamic cleric, said, "I say with complete certainty, if God forbid there's no Islamic Republic, you will no longer have security, freedom, or prosperity." That is from state media. Khomeini's grandson also said, according to state media, said, "Consider the terrorism of recent riots as ISIS terrorism," tying the protests to ISIS. Oh, this is very interesting. I just saw something else. And I think maybe this is from yesterday from state media. This is really interesting. Look at this, guys. I just saw this. Here is an item from Fars News, state media. I think it's yesterday. Rumor of Revolutionary Guard officers collecting satellite dishes denied. One of our, when we talked to Shiva, she said she had heard from one or more people inside Iran this report that the state was going around trying to find people with satellite dishes and taking their satellite dishes away. So. Following the spread of rumors about officers in Revolutionary Guard uniforms collecting satellite dishes in some areas of Tehran, a Fars reporter followed up on the issue with some informed sources in the Revolutionary Guard police and intelligence agencies. The results of these investigations show that such a mission basically does not exist, and none of the country's security and law enforcement agencies are implementing such a plan. An informed source emphasized in an interview with a Fars reporter, if people wearing such clothing, similar to Revolutionary Guard officers, came to the door of a house, they definitely have malicious intentions, such as extortion or defaming revolutionary institutions. The source urged compatriots to immediately call one of the following numbers if they encounter such requests. It is recommended that citizens always remain vigilant and reconfirm the identity of real agents by contacting the relevant institutions before taking any action. So the state media is saying, look, we're not taking away anybody. The state isn't taking away anybody's satellite dishes. If somebody came and took away your satellite dish, well, they're an imposter. You need to, if you hear about this, let us know. Now, is that true? Are they really not taking people's satellite dishes away? Or are they doing it, but they don't want to have the bad publicity from doing it? I don't know. But that's literally an article from Fars State Media. But they are, I'll say this, the stated media, they're acknowledging it. They wouldn't be posting about it unless people were talking about it. Again, I don't know the facts about what's going on, but they are mentioning it. Seville in Toronto thinks the state media is reporting what the Islamic Republic wants. It has been like that for 47 years now. So what Shiva had told us is she said people were using their satellite dishes to help get information because they couldn't get it other ways. And for example, they were hearing about Reza Shah's calls to protest that way. So again, I cannot confirm what's happening there, but it's interesting that they mentioned that. Hey, thanks, Rep America, who says, we have reports of America on the ground in Iran. Thanks, Rep America. I have no outlet I follow has said that. I haven't heard it at all. So I'll be on the lookout. If you have reports, feel free to write to me and send it in. Write to me with details if you want, at Lookner on X or agendafreetv@gmail.com. I really appreciate that, Rep America. I'm a bit skeptical of that. Now, let me say this. It's certainly possible that there's always or frequently or regularly some American and Israeli intelligence assets or special forces on the ground in Iran at all times or at various times throughout the year. I would not be surprised about that. I have no idea, of course. As to some new major American presence there, again, I've not have heard that at all. I can't confirm that it's happening or not. But what can I say? Rep America says we have reports. Again, I don't know what their sources are, but at this point, I will take any such reports with a grain of salt myself. But I'm not saying that's false. I'll see if I hear anything else. Rep America, I appreciate that. Thanks for your supporting the channel. I very much appreciate it. Mr. Caffeine. Thanks for being a member. As I've said before, was it last week when we had lots of people claiming that there were reports of the Supreme Leader dying? We kept having people say that. I still have not heard any kind of reliable report actually saying that that's the case. I can't imagine he's dead at this point and we don't know about it. So again, lots of people were saying that. Thank you also to Desi on Twitch. The Institute for the Study of War has still not posted their latest update yet. I was hoping to give that to you. The Institute for the Study of War posted this. So they haven't come out with their update today yet, but they did say this. They reposted Critical Threats, which I believe is a partner with them or works with them. Maybe they share the same people. I'm not sure. But anyways, the Iranian regime is using an unprecedented level of brutality to suppress ongoing protests. The actual death toll is likely significantly higher relative to the 1,500 people killed during the 2019 protests, though we cannot independently determine the number of protester deaths. Thank you, Flaps15, who says, what started these Iranian protests? They started over economic concerns. But then they became, they got a lot bigger. And people started talking about wanting to overthrow the regime, get rid of the Islamic Republic. Reuters, here's an article from Reuters that says the protest began on December 28th in response to soaring prices and inflation. That's another thing that reportedly that was a big deal. Well, soaring prices and inflation. I meant devaluation of the currency. So that's part of the same, but all part of the same thing. The protest began on December 28th in response to soaring prices before turning squarely against clerical rule. I want to read some more of your comments. Sorry, people have been writing in. Some people are sending me like videos of bodies. I appreciate you sending me the videos. I can't show them. I just can't show them. Then PW360 mentioned some report from the Wall Street Journal. There's an article about a bank crisis, an obscure bank collapse that had big consequences in Iran. It's a whole, I haven't even looked at it yet. Is that the one that people are talking about? I don't know. Yeah, it's a whole article about a bank crisis in the Wall Street Journal, saying that a bank collapsed last year there, and that helped unravel the economy. And they say 5 other banks are thought to be similarly weak, says the Wall Street Journal. I guess Faytuck's network mentioned that story as well. You can go to the Wall Street Journal and check it out, but it's probably paywalled over there. So if you have a subscription or access to it. Bald Eagle said a spy drone was visible off Iran on ADSB exchange. To repeat, I have none of the accounts I follow who really know about the flight radar stuff have been posting that anything is particularly noteworthy and new that they have seen near Iran. Yeah, this is it right here. This looks like a drone right here. Although, for all I know, this drone, it says a U.S. Northrop Grumman RQ-4 Global Hawk. For all this is adsbexchange.com flight tracker. For all I know, this drone is there every day. I don't know. Where's the there? That didn't really help. You can go to adsbexchange.com and check that out. Oh, people are looking at this. People are looking at it also on Flight Radar 24. But for all, again, for all I know, it flies around there all the time. It's not that many people tracking it. 1,500 people are tracking it. Hey, thanks so much to that. This is flightradar24.com. You can check that out over there. It's a Northrop Grumman MQ-4C Triton, they say, which is a surveillance drone. Hey, thanks so much to Brian Beelman. Thank you, Brian. It's really nice of you. Mitchell Pilot says that drone has been flying there for months. That's what Mitchell Pilot, our viewer, says. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, by the way. Thanks to Board Beagle for subscribing. Thank you. Our viewer Hassan Fatemi said, I wrote in and said, I'm a proud Iranian Canadian. Hassan says, there is a major lesson in this great movement of Iranians for all nations that seek to rid themselves of dictatorial regimes. The key point is that at last the people and the opposition have agreed on a leader for the movement. That's what Hassan says. In recent years, Iranians have made several attempts to bring down this regime, but no success, says Hassan. The main reason was the absence of a single widely accepted leader. This time, people in the streets have loudly declared Reza Pahlavi is the leader of the movement. I personally do not support him as the long-term leader, but I do support him as the leader of this movement in transition. For that, I am grateful. That's from Hassan. Thank you, Hassan, from writing an Iranian Canadian. Look, it's similar. It's actually similar to what our viewer Shiva said, who is Iranian and lives in America now. I don't know, though, if I don't know enough about it. I've seen some analysis say that the protest in Iran is still leaderless to an extent. Maybe they mean like a leader inside Iran. But a lot of people do seem to be supporting, chanting the name of the Reza Pahlavi. Although there's reports that some of them, more deeply support him than others. But there seems to be an interest among a lot of protesters in having unity among the protesters, as Hassan said. I'm really hoping to get the Institute for the Study of War update. Hey, Brian Beelman just gave 50 people memberships. That's incredibly nice of Brian. Please make sure you thank Brian if he gave you a membership. Thanks also to all of our moderators who are here. We have Ruth is moderating on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. On Facebook, Margaret Riley. Thanks for moderating there. Hey, thanks to Martha Crawford for subscribing. When will we see or will we see, and if so, when, military action by the U.S.? Oh, hold on. Update from NetBlocks. Update from NetBlocks. Look at this. Metrics show Iran remains offline as the country wakes to another day of digital darkness. The internet blackout is now past its 132nd hour. Wow. This is from NetBlocks. Look at this. B. Earhart thinks military action will happen next week. Ivy says 5.5 days. Flexerot says it doesn't even matter at this juncture. Ildari says 5 days without internet connection is insane. It's more than 5 days now. It's 5.5 days. Coles NJ says no more endless wars in the Middle East. So that is still happening. I would also think that if the regime thought the threat from the protests was over, that they would not still be shutting down the internet. I wonder how. I wonder if this is the longest shutdown they've ever had in Iran. I don't know, for internet. I mean, this is a long time, but again, certainly would suggest that the regime is still very concerned about the protests. Hey, thanks so much to Shin Subin from Australia. I appreciate that, Shin Subin from Australia. Thank you. Our viewer, Drink Gas Online, says this would not be an endless war. Kyle Waller says it is 8:22 a.m. in Iran right now. It is. John Flick says shutting down the internet shows a fear of the people. Alibaba says, I wonder how this internet blackout affects banking and purchases like it would here. Cash only there now? I don't know. I mean, supposedly some of the government websites are working. It's a good question as to how business is affected. A lot of the businesses are supposedly closed. But I don't have a great handle on that. $132 hours. 132 hours for the internet shutdown. I'm seeing a report that a construction crane collapsed onto a train in Thailand. Seen that AZ Intel posted about it and some other accounts posted about it. A construction crane lifting a section of bridge collapsed onto a passenger train in Thailand. That's terrible. Wow, there's another picture of it. Wow, crazy pictures here. From Thai Inquirer. I don't have the right. I'm going to post a link to this in the chat. I'll post a link in the chat to the pictures. I don't even know. Let me see if I can find a different source for this. Give me 1 second. I know it's a little bit of a digression, but I did want to post something about it. Death toll rises to 22, says Cowsod Online, as construction crane crushes train. Terrible. I'll post the link to it. Well, I can't do that right now. All right, I'm going to have to post this later. I don't want to derail the whole broadcast. Oh, Mitchell, hey, the new Institute for the Study of War update? Sorry. Mitchell said. I was waiting for it. Yes, there is a new Iran update from the Institute for the Study of War. So let's look at this. Sorry, I wanted to let you know about... Oh, I was going to post a link. Real quick. I'm going to post a link to the... I mentioned this story, and I said I'm going to post a link to pictures in the chat, and I never did. So for those who want to see, I will post. I just posted a link to it. Wow, terrible. Okay. Let's look at the Institute for the Study of War report. Sorry, I just wanted to post something about what I was just reading about. Okay, here is the new Iran update from the Institute of Study of War. Let's see what they had to say. By the way, a quick thanks to Mitchell Pilot for your support. Thank you also. Always Questioning. Thank you. Always Questioning says Iran has a heavy cash-based society, still primarily use landline phones, also a lot different than the U.S. That's what Always Questioning says. So, by the way, thanks to JB for the recommendation, who recommended watching a Goldie Gamari interview. I'll have to look into that. I'm not familiar. I'll look into it. Thank you so much, JB, for writing in. Institute for the Study of War is a site and a research group that does a lot of analysis of conflicts, and they've been posting daily updates about the Iran situation. I really like the site. I like their analysis a lot. And I want to check their daily update, which just came out. I'm going to post a link to this update in the chat. You can find them at the link. You can find them at understandingwar.org. Understandingwar.org if you want to see their coverage and their updates and see it for yourself. So let's read through what they're saying today. They say the Iranian regime is using an unprecedented level of brutality to suppress protests. The actual death toll is likely significantly higher relative to the 1,500 people killed during the 2019 protests, though we cannot independently determine the number of protester deaths. Western media outlets have reported death toll estimates in Iran ranging from 2,000 to 20,000. And anecdotal information is consistent with the regime killing thousands in its crackdown. In 2019, the regime killed approximately 1,500 people in the span of 2 weeks during the 2019 economic protests. Regime security forces have fired on crowds indiscriminately, in some cases with machine guns, they have heard. Terrible. I've heard that reporting elsewhere as well, and killed scores of citizens across numerous locations. If you go to their page, they will also, they have citations. If you go to the bottom, you can see Or where are the citations? They list, where is it here? So you see it says like 1, 2, 3, 4. I know that you can go and get these. I probably just forgot where to get it. Endnotes, is it? Endnotes. Oh, it's here. If you click on Endnotes, it will give you links. So if you see they say something, they put a number after it, and you want to know what's the source, we'll go down to Endnotes, and it'll give you the link. But you have to click to open Endnotes. All right, well, anyways, just in case you didn't know. Regime security forces, one report said, have fired on crowds indiscriminately. Well, I think multiple reports say that. In some cases with machine guns, and killed scores of citizens across numbers of locations. Some Iranians who have bypassed the internet shutdown have reported very high volumes of dead protesters on the streets and in hospitals and morgues. Some reports allege the presence of 700 to 1,000 dead protesters at just one morgue in Tehran, not accounting for other locations around the capital or country overall. Other Iranians have claimed that the regime's crackdown is much greater than the one it conducted in November of 2019, during which security forces killed around 1,500 protesters. This anecdotal means what people say is happening, as opposed to say, well, I think anecdotal technically means not witness, if I can get that right. But certainly not involving like video or photos or something. No, I guess witness would count. Yeah, so Wikipedia says anecdotal evidence is evidence based on descriptions and reports of individual personal experiences or observations collected in a non-systematic manner. Anyways, the idea, it's basically what people are saying. But you can imagine having a source, that's really trusted and witnessed something for themselves and took notes or something, and that might seem a little strong. Anecdotal has this implication. It's more kind of what people are hearing or what people are seeing based on limited information. They say this anecdotal information is most consistent with the regime killing many thousands of its crackdown. They're just talking about different reports they've heard from different people. This level of brutality may be discouraging protesters and decreasing the rate of protest activity. A protester from Shiraz told Time on January 11 that the police attacks have been particularly violent compared to the previous protests, and that the protest turnout in Shiraz on January 9th was inhibited by aggressive security forces. We assessed, they say, yesterday that the rate of protest activity across Iran may have decreased due to the regime's brutal crackdown on the protests. Okay. Also, they say reports of protest activity across Iran continued at a relatively low level on January 13th. We assess with low to medium confidence that protests are occurring beyond what we have recorded, however, and that the regime has successfully limited the amount of information leaving Iran. I do like that they give a degree of confidence in their assessments. We recorded 7 protests across 6 provinces on January 13th compared to 156 protests across 27 provinces on January 8th. Now, they don't have cameras everywhere. They say that the amount of information has been greatly restricted coming out of there. We have continued to record protests primarily in large cities such as Tehran, Esfahan, and Tabriz. The Iranian regime has historically struggled to suppress unrest in less populated and rural areas more than in urban areas. It would therefore be surprising if protests continued to take place in large cities and not in smaller towns or villages. Okay. The regime has continued to take steps to severely restrict the flow of information out of Iran. We were just talking about internet blackout over 132 2 hours. Right? Yes. According to NetBlocks, the regime has maintained a nationwide internet blackout designed to prevent Iranians from sharing videos of protests and the regime's crackdown since January 8th. Iranian security forces reportedly launched a massive operation on January 12th to search homes in several cities across Iran, including Tehran, and seize satellite dishes, according to Norway-based human rights group Henga. I showed you a report from state media where they denied they did this in Fars state media, and they said if somebody's taking satellite dishes dressed up as the Revolutionary Guard, they're an imposter, they said. The collection of satellite dishes would allow the regime to disrupt the use of Starlink and other satellite connectivity by Iranians who seek to share videos of protests with foreign media. Now, this is interesting. Russia is likely helping the Iranian regime suppress protests and maintain control in the face of both protests and insurgent attacks. Politico reported on January 13th that Russia supplied Iran with armored vehicles and attack helicopters in recent weeks. Iran received these systems before the protests began, but Iran likely acquired these systems for use in internal disturbances, including protests. Iran is very unlikely to use such equipment in any conventional modern conflict. Israel and the U.S., Iran's key adversaries, use long-range missiles and aircraft that could destroy attack helicopters long before the helicopter could engage the aircraft. So they're saying that Iran wouldn't be using these in a conventional conflict. So why are they getting these things? Attack helicopters are more capable at fighting insurgencies or addressing internal conflicts due to the lack of serious enemy air defenses that could inhibit helicopter operations. Iran is facing both large-scale protests and small-scale insurgent attacks along its borders. Armored vehicles can be used to bolster the regime's efforts to suppress the protests and broader counterinsurgency efforts. Russia previously sent Iran Spartak armored vehicles in 2023, and Iranian border guards began operating them in November 2025. These border guards could help support counterinsurgent operations against Balochi, or Kurdish militias that operate in border areas and are conducting attacks amid the protests. Russian Security Council Secretary Sergei Shoigu had a phone call with SNSC Secretary Ali Larijani on January 13th, almost certainly to discuss ongoing protests in Iran. Iran has previously sought Russia's help to quell protests. Now again, for this report, they have SNSC in Iran is, by the way, the Supreme National Security Council. If you can go, these claims that the ISW is making, they have citations. So if you want to see, hey, where are they getting this claim from? You go to the end, and if you click on endnotes here, it'll give you all the links to all of the sources for their claims. I'm going to post a link to this article again from Institute for the Study of War. This is their daily update. I would not be surprised if Russia supports Iran with weaponry, given that Iran has given, for example, lots of drones to Russia. What else here? The overlap of protest activity and reported militancy in border areas is placing additional strain on the regime's security apparatus and risks allowing each to intensify the threat posed by the other. So they're talking about there being like separatist movements on the border and them launching attacks during the protests. Recent regime responses to the protests, including the deployment of Revolutionary Guard ground forces to some cities, indicate bandwidth constraints among the security forces. Reports indicate Iranian security forces arrested at least 550. I know there's like a Balak separation movement, Balak protesters in 3 places over the last 5 days. Prominent Iranian Sunni cleric Maulana Abdul Hamid escalated his criticism of the regime's response to the protests in January 13th post on X. Hamid said the killing of protesters constituted a horrific and unprecedented catastrophe that plunged the Iranian nation into grief and rage. He warned that those responsible would be held accountable both in this world and the hereafter. His statement marks an intensification of his January 9th sermon in which he urged peaceful change and called on security forces to avoid confronting protesters. Remember, Iran is predominantly Shia, not Sunni. We assessed previously that Hamid may be reemerging as a catalyst for protests in southeastern Iran, which would compound the bandwidth constraints that Iranian security forces are reportedly facing. So, just to give you background here, what I'm going to do, hold on. I was putting that, asking AI for some background on that. So Google AI says there is a persistent and active separatist and insurgent movement in southeastern Iran driven by the Balak ethnic minority, who are predominantly Sunni. Let me keep going here, then I'll take some comments from you. A recent uptick in anti-regime militant activity in southeastern Iran may exacerbate the regime's bandwidth constraints by creating additional security challenges for the regime in southeastern Iran. So I think what they're talking about is, in addition to the protests, there are these separatist movements that are at the same time doing their own attacks. And it can be hard for the Iranian regime to deal with all of this stuff at the same time. That's what they say, bandwidth constraints. There are also unconfirmed reports of Kurdish militant activity, they say, in northwestern Iran. Militant groups operating in Iran's border regions do not represent the ongoing protest movement, however, they say. The recent uptick in anti-regime militant activity in southeastern Iran suggests these groups may exploit the current unrest and the bandwidth issues facing regime security forces to advance their own objectives. These groups are likely not solely focused on overthrowing the regime, but are also positioning themselves for potential post-regime environment in which they could pursue greater ambitions, including autonomy in Kurdish and Balak areas. Militant activity challenges the regime by diverting security forces and stretching resources across multiple regions, which may allow these groups to operate more freely. It is possible that regime collapse could create conditions for these groups' separatist aims. The regime could use gains by these groups to support its framing that the protests are driven by terrorists. Anyways, moving on. President Trump is continuing to consider various options to intervene in the ongoing protests in Iran, says Institute for the Study of War. Some U.S. officials believe that Iran may be trying to delay a U.S. attack on Iran rather than aiming to engage in sincere diplomacy, according to two officials speaking to the New York Times. The Pentagon today reportedly presented Trump with a range of strike options and targets in Iran, including Iran's nuclear program and ballistic missile sites. The official said that a cyber attack on Iran's domestic security apparatus is more likely, however. That official said any attack is at least several days away. Who knows? President Trump wrote on Truth Social, as we told you, that help is on the way. He wrote that today. He says he has canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the regime stops killing protesters. He later added that U.S. citizens in Iran should leave Iran. Also, Iranian-backed militia Kataib Hezbollah threatened yesterday to take unspecified kinetic action against the U.S. if it attacks Iran. Iranian-backed Iraqi militias, including Kataib Hezbollah, notably did not follow through with their threats to conduct major attacks targeting the U.S. after the U.S. struck the Iranian nuclear sites during the Iran-Israeli war in June 2025. Okay. Then there's some other stuff here, but I think that's what I basically wanted to read you, the major points. So then there's some stuff about Syria as well. But again, I'm going to post a link to this. They're posting daily updates there on Institute for the Study of War. So at understandingwar.org, you can check them out. I really appreciate them letting me share the updates. Again, like many outlets, they're saying that they think the deaths are in the thousands, and they think it's likely significantly more deaths than the 1,500 people killed in 2019. They say that they have noticed less protest activity in recent days. That may be because they're just getting less information because the internet shut down, but they think that the level of brutality may be discouraging protesters. And some other things we talked about here, but those are kind of the top line things. So I want to take some comments from you guys, but again, check out understandingwar.org. It's unclear if the protest activity is what the exact level of it is right now. Pentagon Pizza, I don't know if I haven't checked in with them. The Pentagon Pizza report, they didn't even post today. They didn't post on January 13th. The last post was January 12th. They look at the pizza shops near the Pentagon as a possible indication of military activity about to happen. Anyways, that's at Penn Pizza Report, but they didn't post today. Oh, they have a website too? I didn't even know. Is that true? There might be different versions of it. I'm talking about the X account here. Magna Carta says, based on previous U.S. attack on Iran, if they say we'll bomb in a week, they mean tomorrow. I'm going to do a poll question. We might have asked this a couple days ago, but I'm interested to hear your response. Will U.S. go after Supreme Leader? Will that be part of the response? Yes or no? Asking you on YouTube and Twitch right now. Will the U.S. go after the Supreme Leader? Try to kill or capture him? Ginger says, was full expecting to wake up to Trump following through on his help is coming comments last night. I guess Ginger seems like she's in a different time zone. President Trump said that earlier today, and it's nighttime in the U.S. now. TJ Adams says, no, they don't want to martyr him. So let's look here as I put the White House shot back for you. Here is what our viewers say about this question. Will the U.S. go after the Supreme Leader of Iran? 74% on YouTube say yes. 57% on Twitch say no. We have a disagreement again between Twitch and YouTube. Archer says it's time to end the Islamic Republic regime. Oh, Ginger's in the Philippines. Okay. Don Coe thinks that the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Don Coe thinks Secretary Hegseth has instructed DOD staff to no longer order out pizza if involved with planning a particularly military action around the world. Don may be joking. Inco Iris thinks they will let him escape to Russia. I've seen analysis that he doesn't want to escape to Russia. That the kind of person he is, he'd rather be a martyr than escape to Russia. Some analysis says that about the Supreme Leader. Lone Star thinks they won't be able to go after the Supreme Leader. Our viewer Jade in Utah says, I don't like this at all. I have children in the military and it sits differently for us mamas. Just a Chill Guy says, there's been a lot of false positives with the pizza tracker lately. I think the Pentagon has caught on to that. Maybe they have. Wow, Louis R. is watching from a plane. Thank you so much, Louis R., for your support. I really appreciate all your support. Louis R. Louis is watching from a plane. Yeah, there is I'm not really familiar with it. I'm familiar with the X account Pentagon Pizza Report. There is a website called Pentagon Pizza Index. That appears to be maybe different people than the people who do person or people who do Penn Pizza Report on X. Thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. So YouTube thinks yes and Twitch thinks no. Thanks to Daygone-O. Daygone-O, thank you. Also, Mr. Caffeine. Thank you, Rep America. I really appreciate it, Rep America. Thanks again. Rep America. Also, Acrobatic Pineapple for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, CC, on Twitch as well. All right. Who knows what timing of further developments is going to be? I have no idea. Oh, looks like. Oh, hold on a second here. All right, guys. I think we're going to do this. So where I am right now, it is 12:24 a.m. It's gotten a bit late here. So I think it may be time for me to start wrapping up this live stream. But look, if there's big news, I'll just come back on the air. I'm sure we'll be covering this more. We've just happened to be covering it during the evening the last few days. But who knows when stuff's going to happen. So I really do appreciate... by the way, our viewer Papa Beard thinks we have an operation under things. So I really appreciate people being here for the live stream. And we're going to be doing more coverage of this. And keep an eye on developments as they happen. And again, if there's some huge news in 20 minutes, I'll come back on the air. Oh, the interview. Yeah, if you missed it, we did an interview during the broadcast with Shiva, who is from Iran and has family and still in Iran, and talked to some of them recently. So if you missed that, you can rewind and watch that. I really appreciate her for doing that. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on stuff. Again, if there's huge developments, I'll come back on the air. I'll also be posting on my X account, so you might want to follow me over there. X account is @Lookner. I post there when I'm not on the air and when I'm on the air. Right there, @Lookner on X. So follow me for updates there. And if you want, subscribe, follow the channel. Agenda Free TV, we cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. Also, I would suggest turning on the notifications. Who knows when big news is going to happen with this story or another story. We're going to have to rush on the air. So if you don't want to miss a stream, we have free notifications. You sign up once. You get sent a message whenever we're going live. It works really well. Gives you a heads up we're going live. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the link to sign up for the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. So sign up for the free notifications. Again, I really appreciate people tuning in. Also, I really appreciate people sharing their thoughts, letting me read your comments, sending me news links, sending me suggestions, asking questions, and all of that. So thank you for tuning in. And what else was I going to say? Oh, huge thanks to our moderators, too. We've had so many people in the chat, as usual, and people with different views. It's great that we can have people come together and discuss things, but that's just because we have our mods. That's the reason we can do that. So huge thanks to our mods. Ruth over there on YouTube moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And all of our other YouTube moderators, by the way, thank you. We've had a bunch there. Twitch moderators like Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch moderators, huge thanks. And our Facebook moderators, Margaret Riley's been over there tonight. Thank you. Paul Anderson, thank you. And all of our other moderators, huge thanks to our mods. And thanks to everybody who donated. That's so nice of you. That's what allows this channel to exist. So I really, really appreciate it. I owe a thank you to Big Brother Bree, who says, if we take the Supreme Leader, would this be a first on taking a cleric as leader? Are you saying, Big Brother Bree, are you saying would that be a first for the U.S.? Well, the Iranian Revolution was in 1979. I mean, the U.S. has never taken out the leader of Iran. There's only ever been two supreme leaders. There was Khomeini and now Khamenei. He's the second one. But maybe that's not what you're asking. But if that's what you're asking, I mean, this regime has been around since 1972. And it's 1979. There's only been two supreme leaders ever. And the supreme leader really is the supreme leader, the most powerful political figure there. But thanks for everybody who donated. That's really nice of you. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks. Bubba Gump, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Hey, I would also say, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. It's another great way to find out when we're live. I always give you a heads up before we're going live over there. Post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV. And also, I'm going to mention that, for those of you on YouTube, I would turn on the YouTube notifications. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, it's a little tricky. What you need to do is subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and then choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell checked and you've chosen all notifications so you're getting the notifications. Oh, thank you to GJA, who says Pizzagate. Thanks, GJA, for your support. Hey, shout out to our Twitch subscribers who support the channel, like Wall Street and Shaggy and Bubba Gump, Acrobatic Pineapple. Hey, thanks, Lowenado, for your support on Twitch. Jack's Animals, Good Luck Duck, Eloso, Naomi Rousseau, D. George, Buy Your Own, Idaho Star, ZK4I. ZK4I thinks if the USA does anything, it will not be in broad Iranian daylight. You never know. Who knows? Usually they do stuff at night, I would say recently, but who knows? Seed Music, thank you for subscribing. CC. Our viewer, hold on a second here. One of our viewers mentioned something. I wanted to check on that. So our viewer Respect said the Pentagon Pizza Index is so yesterday. The new hotness is the Freddy's Beach Bar Index. I believe that Penn Pizza Report on X does sometimes mention Freddy's Beach Bar. And I looked it up on Google AI, and it said that that is a popular after-work destination for military personnel and Department of Defense employees for decades. So if there's low traffic at Freddy's during peak hours, that could also suggest intense activity at the Pentagon. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so like Pentagon Pizza Report, this is a couple days ago, but it not only talks about the pizzerias, it talks about Freddy's Beach Bar. All right, well, now I understand that. Something to keep in mind. Thanks, Sarah, for subscribing on Twitch. That is a neat thing about AI, by the way. You know, it's not perfect. It makes mistakes and it has other imperfections. But the fact that I could say to AI, explain, is this true? And I just put the viewer's comment in there, and then it gives me the background. I don't think if I did that on the previous internet, that would have worked too well on the pre-AI. So it is useful quite useful for a number of things. Gary thinks the Supreme Court's ruling on Trump's tariff policies tomorrow. I thought that's possible. Thanks for reminding me. It's possible they'll rule on it tomorrow. We don't know for sure. Hey, thanks also to all of our other Twitch subscribers, our Facebook subscribers, like Michael Clayton. Thanks, Michael. Sharon Klassen Goslin, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Martha Crawford, Helen Anderson, Diane Allworth, Robert Real II, Chuck Mosca. Thanks, Maxie Puig, for supporting the channel. Thanks, Maxie. And all of our other Facebook subscribers, huge thanks. And our YouTube members, like Jack MCK, Hugs and Stuff, Kiwi NZ, Pabloco, Evelyn in Maine, Gary Baines, Bernard Tappy, Crime Expert, B. Earhart, LKPLLC, thank you. Ian, HB1C, Ariane Curdo, all of our other members, and all of our other viewers, people like Becca S., UV Lightning, Cosmos Jack, Carson Cook, Hired Gun. If you want to go back and see the interview, actually, if you skim through the broadcast, you'll see there's a running. You'll see a red ticker across the bottom of the screen where I say we're interviewing the person. So it should be pretty easy to find. Just look for the red ticker. And thanks to our other viewers as well. People like, Lou Knight. Thanks, Lou, for watching over there on Facebook. Thanks, Susan Priest-Buchner, for being a subscriber. Anne Marie, thanks for watching. John Simonetta. Thanks, John, for watching. John Hamula. John says, I don't think we can do anything. John Johnson 7S, thanks for watching. Nacho Calibre. John NS. Emilian, Set to Chill. Sun Beta, and everybody else. Sedated Psycho. All right, so we're wrapping this up. I will keep an eye out for developments. I'm sure we'll be covering this more. What is this? I'll be looking for updates, and if there's some big update in half an hour, I'll come back on the air. But I mean, I would certainly not be surprised to have U.S. take some sort of action in the coming days, but what will they do and when? We just don't know. All right. Sorry, I wanted to get, I like to get to as many comments as I can. Oh, thanks. Benny mentioned, thanks, Benny. I forgot to mention this. Benny, our viewer, real quick, he said that Canada said Canadians in Iran should leave now if safe to do so. They said avoid all travel due to ongoing nationwide demonstrations, tensions in the region, high risk of arbitrary detention, and unpredictable enforcement of local laws. Now, I don't know, maybe before this they also had, it's very possible they already had an avoid all travel announcement. But before that, leave now, they say, so. Again, I don't know that they're doing that because they have inside information on airstrikes. They might just be saying, hey, there's protests going on there and lots of people getting killed. Hey, thanks, Benny, for writing in. Sorry if I missed other people's chat messages. Oh, you know who I missed? You know what I want to read? Sorry, I missed this before. Seville in Toronto wrote in. Let me just, for those still watching, let me just say something. Seville wrote a message. Let me just give a little summary of what Seville said. Seville thinks it's different this time in Iran than previous protests. Seville thinks people are less afraid, in many cases not afraid anymore. The economy is extremely bad. People feel like they have nothing left to lose. It's a rich country, but the wealth does not reach ordinary people, said Seville. People can see the gap now between the country's resources and their own living conditions. Seville says ordinary people did not fully understand this before for many years, but now they do. Seville thinks people are more unified now than they've been in past protests. Many are supporting Reza Pahlavi, not because everyone believes in him 100%, but because they believe unity is necessary. Seville says, my parents came back from Iran recently, just came back. And Seville talked to a close friend in Iran. Seville said, they told me special security forces are everywhere in the cities. They're very different from ordinary police. They're aggressive, intimidating, and abnormal. Despite this, people are not afraid, says Seville in Toronto, our viewer. Seville sent me this a few minutes ago. Seville says the government cannot deny the number of people who've been killed, so instead it tries to claim that ordinary people are killing security forces. I do think it's interesting. I've seen some articles quoting government officials as saying thousands of people were killed, and it seems interesting that even though I think it's off, it's not nobody. The government officials are like they're not putting their names to this, but you might say, why are they doing that? So one thought I had is that, well, the strategy is rather than deny it because it's not going to really be deniable, you try to get out in front of it and spin it a certain way. So, as I've mentioned, state media has been blaming terrorists and foreigners, in large part for these, and rioters for these protests. Let's see here. Seville also said so many people have been arrested. People are terrified. Many arrested will be executed like in previous protests. There's a painful cycle in Iran. Every time people go to the streets asking for freedom and change, the cost is paid with people's lives. Talks about claims of former prisoners have spoken about extreme abuse in Iranian prison. 7 says, Seville says people are unarmed and completely vulnerable in Iran. That's why support from outside the country matters so much. Seville says, I completely understand many Americans do not want their soldiers or resources to be involved. I don't have a simple answer to that concern, but the reality is that the U.S. and many other countries are already paying a price. Terrorism and instability do not stay within borders. Ignoring this situation does not mean staying out of it. The consequences are already global. That is from our viewer, Seville in Toronto. Seville said that her parents have just come back from Iran. By the way, it's interesting. I don't know Seville, but a lot of what Seville said is similar to what our viewer our viewer, but also, no, the person I meant to say the person I interviewed, who's from Iran, Shiva said. Anyways, I know Seville had said before that she was going to write in. And I just saw her message as we were getting off the air, which was, it showed up for me at 12:28 a.m. about 13 minutes ago. So better late than never. I did want to read you what she had to say. That's our viewer Seville in Toronto, who was in the chat before. Then I've gotten some other messages too. I'm gonna have to go through the messages. I'm sorry I didn't get to all of them. I get too many of them to get to all of them. Another viewer said I have family there, so I'll have to write back to that person too. All right, I am wrapping this up. Oh, our viewer Loe Kamikamaisa says, my hypothesis is Iranian leaders are going out of Iran right now. Now, I haven't heard about that. Loe thinks that a bunch of planes departed Iran in the last couple hours with no destination. All I can say about that is none of the accounts I follow who really keep an eye on the flight radar stuff have mentioned anything they see that's particularly noteworthy, but I'll certainly keep an eye on it. Thank you to, so thanks Loe for writing in. Sorry, I was just trying to get to some of these comments. Thanks Raymond Thompson for the question. I missed your question. I'll have to write Raymond back. All right, anyways. I am wrapping up this live stream. We will have more coverage. We'll take more comments on the air. We'll give you more updates. I really appreciate everybody writing in and watching. And again, we will update you as things develop. Why am I seeing this? Okay. All right, guys. That is it for now. Oh, by the way, quick thanks. I got to thank really quick. Hey, thanks so much to Brian Beelman. Brian, that's so generous of you. I really appreciate your support. Brian Beelman. Wow, that's so nice of you, Brian. Brian gave 50 people memberships for it. Thank you, Brian. That's really kind of you. Also, Gray Scout Epsilon, who recommended a book by Noam Chomsky, Manufacturing Consent, who says, he said the book says the public is propagandized to support war. Thank you, Gray Scout Epsilon. Thanks, Robert S. Jordan, for your support. Robert thinks the U.S. should airdrop water supplies to the Iranian people. Thank you, Robert S. Jordan, as well. And Amelian, thanks, Amelian, for subscribing on Twitch. All right, I am wrapping up this live stream. Sorry I didn't get to everybody's comments, but did the best I could. So that is it for now. And we'll keep you informed here on this and other stories. That's it for now. Thanks for watching, and we will see you soon with more. Let me just make sure. Is this? Hold on. Before I sign off for sure. Yeah. In like 4 hours, Reuters is carrying like a Iranian, I think it's state TV broadcast for Iranians killed during the unrest. It's going to be a state TV broadcast. Anyways, we're not going to cover that. I don't think. I think I'm going to be asleep at the time. Anyways, that's it for now. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.